Hey, it's gonna take me a minute because I haven't done this in quite a while, and I just kind of got a wild hair in my ass and decided to go live because I was mad. So that's never a good start. Um, I went ahead and added my Facebook, but I really don't know how to do that. So I don't know how to be on there because I'm getting all kinds of messages, but I don't know how to follow two live chats while using StreamYard, or how to get rid of the Facebook's sounds. So yeah, I don't really care. But if you want to chat, then come over to the YouTube. If you just want to listen, that's fine. You can just stay on Facebook. I listen to people all the time without ever commenting once. Um, but yeah, I just got like really upset today. It's just like, I don't know, maybe like not really a final straw, because I I'll get to it. But something happened today that just really kind of just really rubbed me the wrong way. So, I haven't gone I haven't done any podcasts, and I haven't gone live in a while, so just bear with me. I do have a podcast. Not I don't just do YouTube. I have two seasons, but they're pretty. So Shannon Pock, Nicole, and Ray, on the podcast. It's in my link tree, Apple, Spotify, wherever, in the podcast world. YouTube I use when I'm frankly being lazy. That's why I only ever go live. I don't know how to make videos. But I'm gonna pause and say hi. Lake, Share, Chaotic, Cat Lover, Tears. How the hell have you guys been? It's been a minute. Glad you all are still here. Taffy, what's up? Nick. I think there was earlier commenters, but Dana, Kate, Kaleidoscope. Hey girl, it's been a minute. Amber, I'm glad you guys are all here. It was kind of spur of the moment. I know it's Summer Wells' birthday. There's probably other people on live. Don't really care how many I have viewing me at any given time. I just had something to say tonight, and so I figured I would go ahead and say it. Basically, I've been not doing anything because, well, I had 2 surgeries back to back, and my daughter had surgery. And while I was off, recuperating from the surgeries, I was doing a lot of work on a case that not any of the ones that I've, like, it's not Shannon Hawk, it's not Ray, it's not Nicole, but a case that I let get way too, how do I put it? Because I'll start, like, panicking just talking about it. Because it's weird. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I got way too involved, and what I ended up doing, I did with really great intentions. And if the proper authorities would have, I'll just put it like this, if they had made a simple inquiry or phone call or subpoenaed a recording, then there might be someone that could be found, instead of still missing 2 years later. But anyways, I did not realize what emotional risk I was taking with my own self, with doing what I did. If I get upset about it. Um, I don't even really know how to explain it because I don't wanna say what it was or what case or anything like that because, um, I still wouldn't wanna do anything to jeopardize that case, and so I really can't talk about it, and it doesn't look like there's any near future of it being, in a court of law, like, in a trial phase or even any kind of phase other than delay, delay, delay. So, they don't seem to care about finding the body, but this person has been charged with murder, so, there's that, but what good does that do the mother of this child? What good does that do her? Yeah, she obviously doesn't want him to ever get out, um, but they should care a little bit more about finding this little boy's body in order to give her some peace in her heart, and I decided to do something, and fully my choice. I decided to do something that, um, you can kinda do it for a short time, but you can't really do it for a long time, and because they kept just delaying, anything to do with the case, just every hearing was, just to postpone the hearing. So, I just couldn't do it anymore, and I didn't really realize how much it affected me as far as, like, doing anything else after it. Until I had decided to take a step away, but then it was just like, I can't it just, I have to put my emotional, like, well-being somewhere in the mix, and as far as priorities for my own self and my own family, and that's a big reason why I haven't been on here or done any podcasts. I take it very seriously to take on, like, a family, um and that's not something that you should do lightly, and they will be with you forever, or they should, um, and I just didn't think that for right now, I can't risk the responsibility that it takes to truly do justice to victims and their families. Hey, Chris. Good to see you. True Sleuth, what's up? Ohio gal, all kinds of old names. Chris, for some reason, just seeing you comment just made me like, whew, just breathe. You're gonna be all right. Angel Bear. But anyways, yeah. So that's really why I haven't been doing anything. But I still I've always followed true true crime, like if you want to call it that. Basically just trying to understand it, the criminal mind, but more so like focused on the mind of a murderer, because of the people that I've had murdered in my own personal life. And I started doing that when I was probably 11 or 12. Just going to the library with questions and trying to sneak off to an aisle where my mom didn't see me, looking at those particular aisles in a library of like, just trying to understand it and looking through newspapers. I can remember loving to go through the library and they'd have it on I can't even remember what it's called now, but it had a dial and just like spinning that dial through newspapers and looking at all the different things. Like it was like my favorite thing to do as a kid. No matter what library we went to, like they didn't have one of those, devastated. But obviously now newspapers.com is like joy, pure joy for me. But Okay. And I just had COVID. So you just have to kind of bear with me on that too. It really got my lungs this time. It's been, 10 or 11 days since I first started getting sick. And man, it kicked my ass. It was no joke. And just like I was trying to sweep. I've tried to sweep twice, and I don't know, my daughter has a lot of lung issues, so I think I know what it is, but, almost like a bronchospasm where I just, I just start, gasping, I can't. Yeah, so, don't do what I did and just, buy some oxygen tanks off of Amazon. Like, if you're struggling to catch your breath, you might wanna call your doctor, I'm just saying. Because you never know if you're going to be able to recuperate. Like if you're going to get that lung damage, if it's correctable. So I know better. I do have a phobia of ER, so I let that kind of get in my way of my health quite a bit. Just being honest. I'm going to try to see if I can look on Facebook and see what's happening. Maybe I should turn the sound all the way off first. Oh, well, it seems to be working. I still don't know how to look at the comments on there, though. I'm sorry. Looks like there's a delay. Let me try something. Okay. Hey, Randy. Hey, Kay. Thank you guys for coming. Yeah, so that's cool. Yeah, Randy Gravitt. I hope you're doing good. Thank you, Kath. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm finally feeling better. It was rough. It was really rough, but yeah, hopefully I'll just start kind of rebuilding my stamina, and so bear with me if I get out of breath. That's why. But so yeah, that's kind of why I've been gone. I don't know if I don't know what I'm gonna do. As I need to make a decision as far as the podcast goes, not YouTube. It costs very little. The podcast goes, if I'm ever going to do any more uploads to that, such as a season 3, and which case I would do. I do plan on doing my friend that was murdered as it gets closer to his release date, because I wanted to cover my goal for the podcast was to cover a case that is cold, a case that is solved but in the trial phase, one that is with Ray Hainish, for instance, one that is not, no one, there's a huge injustice, and there is a murderer that has confessed, and yet there is no justice. There is no pending charges. There just simply is nothing. And then a solved case where the person is appealing and their conviction, and when a person that is getting ready to be paroled, or they're up for their first eligibility for parole, and that would be my friend, the person that murdered my friend. Unfortunately, he will get out and be able to have a whole life, and we all as a group, and outside of, we all feel I and the people that will join me for that one all feel he doesn't deserve to get out, period, but definitely not at his first parole. But with the way that the story was covered in the media, there's a good chance that he will. So we want to try to get something out there that is the truth. And I feel really inadequate. I wish there was someone else that would do it, because they would just really do it better. I mean, I'm just being honest. I'm not like putting myself down. Everybody always thinks I do that, but I'm really not. Like I'm very self-aware. I like who I am and I know my limits. And that's just all I have to say about that. Um, but as of right now, um, he's eligible for parole at 20 years. So, which really isn't 20 years. Um, but she was murdered in 2009. So it'll be here way faster than I realize. And I'm trying to it's going to take me years to put it together. And so, but it's really not that far away, for his first eligibility of parole. Thank you, Tom. Kaleidoscope. Thank you. But, yeah, it would just be they probably wouldn't do it as anally as me and meticulously as far as, gathering what a citizen can gather, but, just the recording and um there's a lot that goes into a podcast that makes it very challenging, there's trying to figure out editing software and how to cut and splice and add in, sound effect, different an interview, you got to download the audio. You can't just do, video. You got to just have audio for a podcast. So you got to figure out it's just a lot. And then that's, after you've already done all the researching work. So, I like it better. But I also do not like the editing because I hear every single click in my voice and then I just end up ruining the edits, but it costs way too much to pay for someone to edit all of your audio for each episode unless you're a channel that, you got to kind of start from the closet, up and I just don't have time for that. I have a job. I have 2 jobs. And I just really like to be behind the scenes, to be honest. But thanks, Amanda. But I'm really good at remembering information. I am really good at being very honest and blunt, regardless of what people think, because I truly do not. I'm trying to be nice. I don't really care what they think. I don't really care, and it's not someone questioning my motives, or I'm not going to, "Well, this is what I do," I'm not going to answer anyone, and I hate passive aggressive behaviors. I can't stand it. And so whenever I see one, I just automatically I'm gonna try my hardest not to, I should say, engage in that, because I can't stand it. Just say what you mean to say or shut the fuck up. Don't say anything, if you can't, um, just be blunt about it, in the nicest way possible, but say what you mean to say, then I don't really have time for that, and I don't really care to make time for it. I have been called quite a lot of things over the last year. I can take it. I can take it. That's fine. As long as, or not really as long as, because eventually someone is going to come along. They're going to hear what I've said. They're going to read what I've written. They're going to zoom in on a screenshot. They're going to open a PDF, and they're going to learn the truth about Renee Anthony Charles Greeno. I made him a promise, and you can find it in the Justice for Ray Hainish group. If you want to go join, we could use some momentum in there as well. But it's still in there, and it's in there for a very good reason. And I'm glad that the moderator of that group, the other moderator, that it's still there. Like, I must have deleted it on my page, probably out of utter embarrassment of my ever trusting him. I have been around. I live in Indiana. I have been around since the very beginning. Literally when they were missing, it was on watching a DVR, and a show, and like that came on the news of like, this is what's going to be on after your show's over. And it was like, 2 teens missing in Delphi. Like, really? I remember going there when I was a little kid, or not really little. I was homeschooled until I was in the 8th grade. So we had a homeschool group, and Delphi, Indiana is where it's a historical town. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful, and it still is to this day. And I hate that it gets such a bad name, and I don't feel like locals, um, I think they would appreciate me saying so. Their town is gorgeous, and the families have gone to great lengths to protect, look at Abby and Libby Park. It's absolutely beautiful. It's outstanding what I can't even put into words how outstanding it is when you can take a tragedy, a complete and utter, I can't even, I and turn it into something positive. That's the best of the best kind of humans, in my opinion. And that town, and I know some of the people that are personally on, that work on that and like volunteer, and you can't get any better. You just really can't get any better than the families of the Delphi daughters. And my daughters were their age. So all I'm saying is I've been around since the night they were missing. The next day I turned my TV on, same channel, and it's helicopter footage. And I don't want to not watch it. So I start watching it on Facebook. And when I left like my living room, because I was cleaning that day, and I'm like, what in the heck is this? They're literally like, I don't know. It was just kind of like shocking to see an overview of a place you had such awesome memories of as a kid, and like that area because of the Deer Creek. I mean, um James Whitcomb Riley. I mean, there's all kinds of that whole literally like there's even a lot of houses that are a part of the historical society, the cemetery there. Like, there's so much in that town that is just, well, we went to it as a homeschool group. But hey, Michelle, thanks for coming. But yeah, like Cynthia, thank you. Oh, yeah, I kind of gotta agree with you there, Amanda. Yeah, I get kind of fed up with, like, we need to raise a ruckus in Prattville, Alabama, like, we really do, and it can't just be, like, one person. It's gotta be, like, a bunch, you know? You just have to get a bunch of people fed up with stagnant, like, it being so stagnant. Like, you just have to get fed up, and I'm not saying that just, like, as a jab towards law enforcement. There's a lot of other stagnant parts of that wheel. But yeah, it just needs to get moving. Bottom line, like I don't get it. Um, Dana, has anyone heard from Incog? I have not. Um, I do love her though, and even so much more this year. We've gotten to hang out quite a few different times, and she's awesome. She is, and Chaotic Beauty. She is too. Oh, her name's changed. Chaotic and Crun. Is that you? Is that a fake account? But yeah, like I've gotten to know her really well in real life as well as a few others. And that has been the highlight of this year. And albeit for them, I I don't know where I might be in a mental institute, to be honest. I literally might be. But yeah. Oh, okay, good. Hey, Cece. You're pretty awesome too. But yeah, there was a GoFundMe started today for the felon, the criminal behind bars, where he so rightfully deserves to be. How many times can you break the law, get charged, and claim that there's corruption? I mean, come on. Let's get real. Like, it'd be one thing if it was like one time he did that. He's literally been claiming this since, oh, the first time I saw it, not in the moment, but that I've seen was 2008, I think. So, yeah, that's like a pretty long time ago to always be the one that is the victim of the situation. You got to be kidding me. Like, wake up. No, he's not the victim. To start a GoFundMe for someone who just flat out refuses to pay his child support? Oh, but he says that he has an agreement with both mothers that he didn't want to be a father. Well, doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. You have a debt and you owe it, not anybody else. Sorry. I'm gonna have to use my inhaler. Huh. But yeah, he has a debt. Why in the world, especially in a true crime community, why in the world? That's so hypocritical. Like, don't you're giving your money to a true crime, like, perpetuator instead of these families out here. There's so many freaking cold cases that could use a little bit of funding in order to just get anything done in it. Hire these families to hire a private investigator. You could literally spend your money on donuts, and it would be money better spent than spending it another dime on him. Like, it's beyond my comprehension. I don't understand. The only thing that I can say is that I have studied toxic family dynamics, just for personal research, and it kind of does like what we see happening with his pattern. He has a pattern of he has his con, because it is a grift. It really is. If you take the time to actually go back and look at every single time he has done something, like when he was a bounty hunter. I have all of the research. It's going to end up being a podcast someday. And that's when all of the website will get all of the data added to it, the proof. But if you you can do it on your own. You know, they're like, it's all out there, just waiting for you to go and read it. But yeah, like he cannot be. He claims that he's a bail enforcement agent and a bail bondsman. He cannot be any of the terms that he has used as far as bail enforcement, not in any of the states, not in Indiana, not in South Carolina, not in Georgia, not in Tennessee. That's one of the latest ones I heard, is that he's a bail bondsman in Tennessee. Like, he just pulled that out of his ass, like everything else. He can't. He cannot be. He just can't. They have a regulation board, and a lot of it is run by, like, they're kind of like how, I don't know. But anyways, they have like he cannot be licensed in any of those states to actually go do anything that is involved in that. And that is exactly why nationwide, literally nationwide, actual bounty hunters and bail enforcement agents, they got together and made sure that he got extradited back to Tippecanoe so that he could be gone. And because he was like a wrecking ball to their name and to their profession. I mean, literally, there's someone that wrote it. I mean, they all got together and were like willing to pay for it just to get him gone from that, because it was all a grift. It was all fake. He's not allowed to do any of it. He broke into someone's house, but like broke down a door, which, because he's not allowed to do it, is a crime in and of itself, but it was the wrong door. And he was charged. He lied about it back then. He's lied and abused women since 2005 was his first domestic battery charges. This isn't someone that is getting a second chance. At this point, y'all have given him a chance. Like, every time he says, give me a second chance, the next minute he's going to need you to give him another second chance. Like, it's not when someone, and the thing is he uses it against people. I've seen him do it. He used it against me, and it's always specific to the person. But let me get back on topic. So he's always going to have his con, and it's literally follows a pattern, whether it's bounty hunting, covering true crime, dating app, like meeting women, like it's the same. But even in the bounty hunting, like when he was doing that, you could see the same kind of pattern. But I'm just going to highlight in the true crime, he has to have a girlfriend, fiance. He's had a couple. He has to have a girlfriend. He also has to have a mother figure. And then there's usually like a little pack that he will, they're usually brand new to true crime. And then he'll talk them into being a true crime creator. And then he creates this, like, and the verbiage that he uses is it's classic. It's like literally textbook manipulative vocabulary. Like it can't get any more. Hey, hi, Incog. I was talking about you earlier. Well, if you're here, I'm glad you're here. But hey, polyester. Yeah, so he's always got to have a girlfriend, but he has abused find me a girlfriend that is willing to come forward and honestly say that he did not abuse her, whether she pressed charges or not. He is manipulate. Like, Jess has 2 videos out And everybody wanted to blame her. I guarantee you, if you saw her come forward and not, if she just didn't even mention Anthony Greeno, and she just came forward and said everything that that poor girl said in especially the newest video that she released in, I think it was 2018. No, that one was in 2019 because 2018 he went to, well, it started out as domestic, like a domestic disturbance, and then he ended up threatening to kill multiple people and spitting on and he was able to twist that whole video when he got out and been like, see, look what they did to me. And then he used a Mark Bailey who did do some corrupt things, but guess what? That was in Mooresville. He is not, you will not find, I have the whole entire transcript. Mark Bailey was not involved in him getting any of his charges. His case was not dismissed because of corruption and false informing of a police officer making up a report. It's a lie. It did not happen. You can FOIA the record. Like, that affidavit has that Mark Bailey's name on it 0 places. It's simply, and the fact is, he served his time for that. That's the like irony of it. He served his time for it, but he's still got to get out and like he's got to keep, and he systematically does it. And he uses people. I watched him go on Truth and Justice. He used her to he kept going on, can I come on? Can I come on? Can I come on? And he just like, he thrusts himself upon people when he gets out, and he's so smooth that, it's like, oh, well, we have to give him a second chance. Because you know what he does is he uses your own past against you. The things that you feel guilty about, he uses those against you. That's what he does. And if you really listen to what he's saying and more importantly, like how he's saying it, like I watched him with the love bombing of the newest poor YouTuber to come along. And I think he will be very successful, more successful than he would have been in with Greeno. And I think he's got amazing potential. And but what he does is he creates this like, you owe me something. Oh, I'll help you. Oh, you want me to help you get you a microphone? I'll do that. Like, and he'll do it because that little payment, a little bit of money that he has to get gone for someone else to owe him a debt. And he's not ever going to just come right out. I mean, sometimes he does. Eventually, when he starts unraveling, he'll just like come right out and be like, oh, like I did this for you. Because he did it to me. He's done all this to me. And that's the thing. I was there. So all of the newer people that come along that are trashing me, I was there. I was exactly where you are. And he helped me. If enough, honestly, he helped me learn how to do Audacity for the podcast. He helped me learn how to make thumbnail. I did pay him for that because I don't like to owe anybody nothing. And but if he tried to hold it over my head, because I hate passive aggressive manipulative behavior, like it would have never worked. But yeah, so he literally tries to use that, he'll that's his wiggle in. And then you're like, oh my gosh, if it were not for him, what a great guy. Look at what he's doing for me. And he does the same thing in relationships. He's gonna, I already know what he's like because you can read about him in coercive control, in any kind of like manipulative relationship. Like he is going to be in every single one of those. And that's why I can safely say he's going to love bomb his girlfriends fiance's, I feel bad. Please don't marry him. Um, he knows the laws really well and he will use them against you. Um, he loves to criminally confine, which means, basically hold someone hostage. And those have all been against his girlfriends, women, um, and prevent them from getting away from him threatening to kill them and being abusive, stealing from them. Like, these are all charges you can look up and send in a request to the clerk, the email. Hell, email me and I'll give you the email. Like, I'll help you get it. It's not really that hard. It's nothing special that is being done to get the truth. There's really not. It's very, yeah, watchdog, coercive manipulation. Like, the dude, coercive control. It was coined by Dr. Richards, or at least that's where, it kind of got its like basis in understanding like that type of like victimization and victimology. But yeah, he he's gonna love bomb you. He's gonna be like, have so many things in common with you. Oh my gosh, like I don't I am a constitutionalist. I am, I don't believe in, he doesn't, he believes himself to be a sovereign citizen. Like, he doesn't believe in any, so whatever. But, sorry for that noise. I don't know how to get it to go away. But, yeah, like, he's going to have, if the type where he's going to ask you a lot, "Oh, like, what do you like to do?" And he's gonna do it over, like, a few times of talking, maybe writing. I'm probably gonna have met you on a dating app or, in relationship to the true crime community. He's probably gonna have met you there. He's going to, definitely listen to, like, what you, because he doesn't really care. He just wants to gain information that he can use against you. So he's going to just take up all that data of like what you're interested in. He's probably going to like look, he's sleuth, but he's not really a good one if you really pay attention. Like, he doesn't really get much of the information that he has. He just lies about a lot of it anyway. So there's that. But he's going to just, then it's gonna be like, yeah, and then he's gonna be like, if he's not just right, "Oh, me too." And you go on a date and the guy's like, asks you, "Me too," and you're just like, "Yeah, there's no way that we have this much in common." He's gonna be that guy. You're gonna think, "Oh my God, this is my dream man." And it's only because it's not real. Of course, he's gonna be your dream man when he's just listening to what you have to say, reading about you wherever he can, looking at your photos on Facebook, and coming up with a con of how to get you to date him. And a friend of mine told me to watch the Tinder Swindler on Netflix. Dude, HCC, you were right. Like, it's Greeno. And that's how we, or anybody that is against Greeno, knows how he's going to be, because he is that. Yes, he is using Crime Geek. She's the latest. And the thing is like, sorry, not sorry, Crime Geek. You're one of a long list of and there'll be more after you. Whether he ends up breaking up with you or you break up with him and see the light one day, like, eventually, there's going to be another you, and you're going to be the one that's like, "Oh God," like that poor girl, knowing full well she's not going to listen. And you can go back and talk to any of those girlfriends, and they're going to say the same thing. You're just the next them. That's it. I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings. There is no genuine relationship that you have with him. He's probably manipulating you and making you feel super bad that he was with you when he got arrested. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. He is maybe it is a sly manipulation, like, it's not, like, outright, like but it's gonna be like, "If I wasn't with you that day, only because I loved you, did I risk my freedom." And he's gonna have fake tears like usual. They're not real. You know why wanna know why they're not real? Because he's a psychopath. He's a psychopath. Um, he just he is. His mother was still not murdered. Not murdered, you know? Like, I feel really bad for his family. I feel really bad for his adoptive mom. I mean, she has had him since he was a year old. Like, he was a year old. Like, she signed away her rights. I have the paperwork for that too. You know, like did not he did not live with her. And then once his guardianship was settled with his adoptive mom, he didn't go back. Like he never went, like he may have visited, but she did not raise him. He doesn't know what he's talking about. His other sibling was right. He needs to stop using that to exploit victims and their families, because that's exactly what he's doing. He did it to Nicole's mother. He did it to Nicole's mother. She is one of the best people I know. One of the best people that I know that's, like, just flat out. She really is. Her and Dottie, exceptional women. And, but Cheryl, she tough. So is Ginger. And they are not easy to crack. You know, they're not the ones that fall for smooth talkers. Like, if you know them, then you know what I'm talking about. Like, they are formidable in the best kind of way possible. And he did a interview with them, and he used that against them. Like, he exploited their grief, and he tried to create a false commonality with them in order to get them to open up about their daughter and niece. I mean, he did it to every single family that he's ever said that to, because it's a lie. He's using it, but that's a part of his con. You know, I'm just like you. You know, notice that whenever he says that he's made a mistake, like when he says, I've, you know, it's never, there might not be an outright but, because if you say, like, I'm sorry, but, like, pretty much everybody knows you're really not sorry, you know, like, that's kind of a given. But he does it, like, more in a sneakier way. I'm sorry, and we all have a past. And, you know, just think of, like, what if no one was there to give you a second chance when you messed up and you made a mistake? We all have a past, and I'm so sorry for mine. No, he's not. No, it's not. That's another manipulation. Like, listen to the way he speaks. He lures people in with this, like, lullaby, like, even the suicide stuff that he's got Crime Geek going around talking about. He ain't gonna kill himself. He's already threatened to do so, but it's only to exploit that person and exploit their grief and their tragedies. Like, he will use that against you. He's not gonna if he does commit suicide, it's gonna be because he was trying to fake it and he succeeded. It's not going to be because of corruption. It's simply not. he has used that on people. Well, if just to get them to do what he wants them to do, I'm just gonna kill myself. Everybody's hating on me and I'm just gonna kill myself. I can't take it. How horrible of a human being do you have to be to manipulate someone and keep them being your friend? Because it's not, he doesn't, it's not a one-way street. It's not. So to be like, to be in a relationship with, or to be in a friendship with, even though it's one way, like family, it doesn't matter. To use that as a way to manipulate is sick. Like, it's no sicker than anything else that he does, and everybody just gives him a freaking pass for. Like a GoFundMe, like back to the original thing that I was mad about. Really? He does need to grow up. But you know what? It's like that little kid that's entitled, and they don't really have like structure. They don't ever learn to like, they learn to like obey on count 3. The kid that's like throwing themselves around in Walmart aisles, like that kid, like he's no different than that kid. And you are hurting him if you give him a dime. You do not love him. You do not want him to truly change if you give him money. He needs to fall down in order to become, I feel like it's impossible because he's a psychopath and you can't, like, unfortunately, like, that means you're incapable of anything true, which is really sad. It's really sad. And I do think about like what got him as far as like but I would never like just the psychology of, you know, his past and the abandonment and different things of his past that have contributed to, because it's not just like one thing. It's like a bunch of things, but like there's stuff that is yeah. Yeah, Jenny. Hey, Monica. No one should ever give to him for anything, no matter what it is. And guess what? This person that's commenting over here, like, they've known him. They were like OG of his grift in true crime. Like, that's what nobody takes the time to learn is like all of the people that stand up against him because they know what he is and how badly he hurts these victims' families and the cases. He's destroyed. Like, there's so many things that he has done that could seriously hurt the investigation or being solved because he's lied. He's lied. He's made up things to promote himself and not justice. Like, he has made up things, and like there's people that out there that really think, oh well, this person's never committed a crime before. Someone could literally confess to you, and I guarantee you these people would be like, well, Greeno said that the person's never committed a crime before, and the person I know, when he confessed to me, like he had committed a crime, and so his DNA was in the database, so it's not him. You got to be kidding me. And for one, he edited that and cut it out, which he's really good at. He does that all the time. You... it's just unbelievable. It's just absolutely unbelievable. And you should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself for, at this point, like, he's not creating new content. Guess what that means? He's not getting he's not conning anyone new in the true crime community right now. What does that mean? You should be ashamed of yourself because you know, and you have the ability to see what everyone's been saying. And I get so sick of people saying that we're in a cult. No, no, we're not. Like, we've just been there. Most everyone that talks out about him is because they know the damage he can do to your credibility as a true crime creator, to the families that you end up loving, and to the families of these of murder victims. He's going to steal. He stole from and that's back to me in my original Ray Hainish group of where you need to go and look. I gave the motherfucker a chance. I didn't like him from 2017 until 2018. Like, I didn't pay him any mind at all. I didn't watch him. I saw him and was like, no. Like, he's literally wearing a Cowboys and Indians hat and has a fake badge that he shows around. You can totally tell it's fake. And he is claiming that he's going to be sheriff when he's a felon, because he's done that a couple times. He actually did that before Abby and Libby were murdered, and he did it again, after saying he's going to run in 2019. But he also was going to run, and there's a bunch of posts that you can find where he was going to, run for sheriff before they were murdered, interestingly. But he can't. I literally just heard someone the other day arguing with someone they were literally former law enforcement, and they're like, yeah, I'm pretty sure, you can't run for sheriff as a felon, no matter if it's an elected position, you can't be a felon. It's not. And they're like, oh yeah, Greeno was. Greeno. Yep. So you're wrong, because Greeno run for sheriff. He didn't run for sheriff because he can't. It was just fake campaigns, making it look like he ran for sheriff so he could steal your money. It's just laughable. But it would be laughable if it wasn't so heinous of what he's done and what he continues to do and will do when he gets out. He did it when he was behind bars. That's why I like Crime Geek. This is nothing new. And like I said, I'm 100%. He will abuse her. He will probably rape her. If you listen to what Jess said, she just can't bring herself to do it. And yes, you can be raped in a relationship. If you do not give someone consent and you say no, like you don't want to, that's rape. And I believe her. You do you, and you believe whatever you want to believe, but I guarantee you she's not the only one. It's who he is. Point blank, period. Yeah, he steals Chaotic saying right now, others' work, others' content. He's literally ripped them off word for word. He sits there and makes himself a script of what the real person that's interviewing these people, like CeCe Moore, he hadn't talked to Parabon, or he did release that. Come on now. He didn't interview CeCe Moore. No, that was somebody. I was Megan Kelly. And he literally wrote down everything that Megan Kelly said, edited out her voice, and dubbed himself in word for word. And then he claims that, well, no, I paid for that. Like you paid for fucking Ozzy Osbourne. Are you kidding me? A song? Ozzy sent you a message, an email. Are you kidding me? You really believe that? He paid for it? I mean, come on. Get out of here. Dog the Bounty Hunter doesn't know who he is. And he likes to make these promos like they've hired him to make. These people don't know who he is. He's just doing that on his own. But what he did was he went, once he got caught with that, he went back and edited it. But there was someone amazing that screenshotted that YouTube description, Greeno, before you changed it. So, and the dates are on it. And I have it, and so do a bunch of other people. You never said that wasn't your interview. You are so fake. It's unbelievable. I honestly think that if you gave him a choice of, like, the truth and a lie, like, have you ever played that game of, like, 2 truths and a lie was a big thing on Get Vocal? He wouldn't know how to tell one of the truths. He'd be like, "Oh, shit, like, how about 2 lies and a truth because it's gonna be hard for me to fake fucking telling the truth." Like, he's a pathological liar, and the proof is always going to be and unfortunately, it seems to be like, you have to learn it the hard way, and some people just keep learning it over and over. I mean, he's literally made fun of people when he got out of jail. And everybody that supported him in his vacation, he literally called it a vacation, and made fun of all the people that kept him comfortable in jail. He made fun of you in writing. Like, he wrote it down and then, like, typed it out and then, like, push send, and then it's there for you to see, and you don't care. He's making fun of you. Oh, he definitely does, Kate, all the time. Like, he makes fun of these people because and he doesn't even he starts to unravel because there's, like, back to that pattern again. He starts to unravel, and so he's gotta and he just doesn't care. But I think that each time people just still coddle to him and, like, believe his lies, like, all the people that believe that he just smoked a little weed and that's okay. Uh, I don't have anything against smoking weed. But it's a term of his probation, and he lied about it. That's not all he did. And this is not his first, week seeing this probation officer. He's been seeing her for quite some time. You think he admitted the next minute that he didn't go to the doctor. So where do you and he claims that later, when he gets caught telling a lie straight to your face, um "Well, that I have a prescription for that." No, he doesn't. He and then a second later, he turns around and tells you he doesn't go to the doctor. Hello? Like, but the fact is that it doesn't matter what it is. If it's a lie, then you should stop enabling someone that is lying because every time that someone buys it, he just gets, more reckless and more reckless. And it's dangerous. How many more families are going to have to be hurt by him? And he stole their money, and that's my fault. Back to that, I'm sorry. Said it was gonna be unpleasant, probably quite unpleasant. Um, he stole their money, like, straight up, all of it. Albeit for 25 for, like, my particular, you know, um, but I ended up being like, "Okay, I have been kinda seeing that he seems to have finally got it together." He's a lot younger than me, so it's like, but and I had just lost my nephew and, to drugs, and I cut him off, I'm like, he knew not to call me. I wasn't gonna bail him out, I wasn't going to give him a soft place to land after he'd messed up. I wasn't gonna do any of that enabling him, and I was actively telling people to stop enabling him, and he died, and Greeno used it against me, and, that is not okay, and I should have seen it, I should have seen the sly way he was using that against me. He's not I don't believe that he is a drug addict, I really don't, and, I mean, there's ex-girlfriends that have lived with him that say that he's not, and I believe her. I believe them. Um, like, there's people that have known him from the time like, when he was in high school, uh, and they know the real him, and then there's people that just, like, they just decide that they don't care what the truth is, It's like that movie, um, "You Can't Handle the Truth." I can't think what movie am I talking about, guys? Yeah. Thank you, Kate. I'm glad that you believe what Jess said. And if you believe what she says in the 2 lies that she did, you know exactly why she lied for him. She was being manipulated, and you will too, Crime Geek. You will lie for him, and I will know it before it even happens. You know, because it's just bound to happen. You can't be with someone like him and not lie for him. Jess said she's just trying to be a good girlfriend. Well, guess what? You know where she heard that? Him. A good girlfriend would you can come along and help me help you. That's him. Help me help you. He says that all the time of like, and he literally used Ray and Nicole's family and was like, help me to get out of jail and like pay my bond, which you probably could have been prosecuted for starting that or giving to it. Pay my bond so that I can get out and give you what you want. Do you not see how manipulative that is? Help me give you what you want. He's telling you what you want. like he's literally telling you what you want. And that's for him to get out. And he can't do that if you don't help him by giving him money for his bond. This was the last time he went to jail. Help me help you get out and give you the content that and tell you about Ray Hainish and Nicole Bowen. That was it. Like he'd already stolen the money, like pre going into jail that last time in 2018. Like he'd already like I mean, but I didn't know, like, because he just abruptly went to jail one night. And so it's like, how do you come out against someone and tell them, you know, like tell people that they've stolen money when they go to the jail in the middle of the freaking, you know, like he was supposed to give it to me when he saw me, which stupid me, shame on me for falling for him. Like when you set those up, for one, I didn't have PayPal, and at that time, like, I was not going to have my personal, like, name on it. For one, like, I know how this world works, and back then, it was just a little too close to the death threat that I got for turning someone in. I mean, I don't, you know, I just, like, anyways, but that was irresponsible of me to put myself into danger like that. And so, yeah, no, I was not going to have my name on it for one. And I couldn't figure out how to set the dang thing up anyways. Like I couldn't get anything to look right on it. It just was a mess. And we had been talking, you know, um, to get some coverage out there on Nicole and Ray, because there wasn't much. And so, he had gone live one night and someone sent it to me in Messenger, and, you know, of course, he doesn't really do any research or, like, know what he's doing, and so he just, like, flies by the seat of his fucking pants, and then, I'm like, "Oh," you know, like, "I have no channel." I'm like, "No one's listening to me," like, 'cause I don't have anything, and I just, like, post stuff on my Facebook wall or in a group, and, like, at least there's something out there. And, yeah, so that's how the 3 months of me, getting swindled by Greeno, started. And, I reached out to him and asked him, and of course, you know, but when I read back those messages and I reflect back on our conversations, like, he was manipulating me for him to be the one to start the fundraiser in the first place. And he was literally, like, telling me, because I knew how to do GoFundMe, and he was just like, and I wrote it down in there. That's what's so embarrassing, and then you can go in Ray Hainish's group and look, of, like, I know how to do GoFundMe, but he was like, "Oh my gosh, do you know how much money they take? Da, 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 da." And I actually kinda did, because I had started one and was just like, "Wow, these tips," you know, like, but he was the one that, like, I know how to do that and, like, that, but, you know, he didn't want that because they PayPal a money pool. He didn't have to pay taxes on it, except for soon he's gonna have to. That's gonna hurt. And I'll turn in for fraud every time I get to anywhere I can, because it is fraud and, like, he doesn't, pay his taxes or whatever, and he says that, he has the right to not do that. Um, well, they have a right to strip you of your right to use their apps as well if you don't. And so, yeah, there's that. And that's gonna be changing, and so it's like, "Oh, man, what's he gonna do if he actually had to pay a tax?" He doesn't pay child support, you know? Like, he doesn't care about, and he's told you that flat out, like, he doesn't care about following any kind of laws set in place by government or any kind of everything else that everybody else does. Like, he doesn't care about that. I mean, he literally I just saw it on social medias isn't an investigation tool where like they recorded like a little screen video of where he was like, I'm gonna tell I don't have a problem telling DCS and the judge and just a big fuck you. And he does that all the time. He's done that to me. Like he's called me names and like he calls women bitches and fuck you and get out of here. And, it's just like abusive language and offensive language, like towards, but then he turns around and like, you're the one bullying him. Well, you're like, get the fuck out of here. Are you kidding me? Yeah, I know you've seen it. I know you've seen where he loses his shit and tells someone off, and it's usually a female. For some reason, it's really hard other than God love him, Gray Hughes, to get any male in true crime to, like, stand up against him. Gray Hughes does it quite a lot, and there are people that I love, and they have a very good reason not to, and that's not who I'm talking about, okay? Um, but, like, everybody attacks Gray Hughes, and you have no idea the amount of hours that that man spends not talking about Anthony Greeno and actually, like, going through a cold case that nobody's ever heard of, and it's still unsolved because there's so many, and he breaks them and even just a little bit of an intention could literally be the difference. But he'll go off and you can literally watch the views going ticking right on up when he starts going off because it's infuriating. Like, and the kid has mimicked him from the day one. Like, I don't know if people can't like go back in time and like look at the date on videos, but Gray has been literally making videos about like actually, not lying about it, making videos about Delphi from like I think April? It might have even been the end of February, but I know it was like April and March. He was making videos and talking about Delphi. Greeno wasn't he doesn't even live in Delphi, which is very easy to, like, find that out. I mean, Idaville is the closest. Like, what's so wrong with saying, I've lived in Carroll County? That would have been the truth because the majority of his life, he has been. And, like, I know for a fact that he's lied about, like, where he lives because when he was living in Martinsville, because I was stupid enough to agree to go pick his ass up and it ended up not working out, but it mean that I found out where he's living, and he's like then he gets on a live and was like, "I'm in Delphi." No, he wasn't. He was in Morrisville, and he had been living in Morrisville for quite a while with Jess in her apartment. And by the way, like, do not let him move in with you because he knows the law. And if he stays there like longer than this is for the future, because like he's gonna get out, unfortunately. And no one's gonna kill him. There's not gonna be any, he's not uncovered anything. He just has a way of like twisting what happens in the news. Like he did it with Key and Klein, and everybody was just like pretending like he didn't do that. And he definitely did do that. Like all my me and all my Facebook sleuthing my channel have worked hard overnight and we found Anthony Shots and it's Keegan Klein. He didn't fucking find that. It was in the news the next morning. I guarantee you that article was already written. It was just changed. So that unfortunately they didn't have egg on their face because let's face it, Keegan Klein should have been charged in 2017. Like, I think, and it's understandable. I think just in the excitement and the confusion, and I'm sure some people were working 18, 19, 20-hour days during that time after Delphi happened. Sleep deprivation is real. And like, I'm sure that just in that time of all of that, it just got lost in the shuffle. That kid, like he literally admitted to it, you know, like he literally admitted to it. So he should have been charged with everything. And yeah, I mean, yeah, they could have wanted to keep him out. I really think he has that. I do think it has something to do with social media, but not him. And that's just me. But like, I'm not arrogant enough to have an opinion that is 100% like, get out of here. There isn't anyone, albeit the prosecutor's office and the law enforcement that's working on this case, that knows anything about the damn suspect. And you're not going to undercover it. You're not. Like, you may know because you're not, you know the person and you're not turning them in. I mean, you could, so yeah, you could know, but like, yeah, you're not going to find him Facebook sleuthing, not at this stage in the game. Like, it's just not going to, doing a side-by-side of someone on Facebook is not going to, they don't even want it. They've literally said, don't do that. It could hurt the trial phase of this investigation. And it can. And it can. And I think it was Riley that said that, but sorry. I got going. When I get going, I ask my friends when I get going, especially if it's in a mad way. So I just jump, and I have ADHD, and the later it gets, the more hyper I get, and you know, that's just how it is. And but yeah, like I'm gonna finish this story about this stupid. It's not stupid because it really mattered, and it really mattered to me, and it really hurt them. And but I lied to them about it and told them that he had paid the money. Well, I didn't know that he hadn't paid some of it, but he didn't actually pay any of it, except for that $25. And the $25, like, I had sent him $20 to set up, and like, I sent him everything I wanted to say and the picture and all that. And he just like put it into there, and it was the money was going to him. And then he was supposed to give it to me or the families, because he'd promised to like be there. He went once. And that one time that he did come, I was supposed to pick him up, and then thank God that didn't work out. Like, how dumb would I be to get in a car with him for 4 hours, because he lived, you know, Mooresville's like super far away from Newton, Kentland, Indiana. And so for me to live where I live, I'm like, I have to go backwards to pick up his stupid ass. And like, you're talking adding already, and then to be in a car alone with him. Yeah, like I carry, and I had planned to, and I'd planned to have a knife. And I'm not kidding either. Like, I had literally thought about it. For one, you just don't, you know, like, it's irresponsible. So I was probably already feeling guilty about giving him a ride. But like I said, I'd sent him $20. And so he was like, what was that for? And I said, for setting that up for me. Because remember, I don't want to owe him anything. And so he was like, oh, okay, well, I'll just use that as my gas money to get to and from court. So just remember that he said that. And then night before, late, because I was supposed to pick him up, and then, like, we'd worked out where we're gonna meet, like, halfway between where I live and he lives. And, that's where, like, he does dox me with that information, or attempts to dox me, even though I've never doxed him once. Like, he doesn't know what doxing, defamation, he usually calls it deformation. Like, he doesn't know what any of those words really mean. Um Exactly, Randy. That's exactly why Incog gave you the money for the Pizza Hut, because he would have pocketed it, and I'm sure he's done it to you a lot. And thank you for saying it's okay. Like, and yes, he is a piece of shit. He is a stinky piece of shit. He is just the worst. Literally just the worst. Otto, hey man. I am live. And I am not being very pleasant. Ooh, share. Hello. Hello, love. I miss my shark. We're gonna have to just plan a day where I can come to you. But yeah, where we get together, and I miss them. But where did I leave off? Oh my God. This is why I do better on a podcast, because then I have to like stick to a written script and I can't rabbit trail. Yeah. So he's not, like, I'm like, am I still picking you up? Whatever. Kind of like, okay, well, I don't really care, like, I won't have to drive that early in the morning to go backwards to get him to go all the way to Newton County. So that's fine. But then he sends me a message. He was like, don't tell anyone, but I'm going to be there tomorrow. Oh, like, everyone should be just so grateful. Like, we should pay him to come. Like, he's he literally says that he's a famous celebrity. Like, ain't nobody knows who he is in the real world. Just this little corner, this tiny little corner of YouTube. It is insignificant. Like, he's not an influencer. Nope, Facebook didn't pay him shit. Like, I run Facebook pages. Like, he's not getting paid by Facebook. He's not it's just a lie. Like, he's not anything that he claims. If he says that he did, just assume that it's a lie and run. For Pete's sake, run before he hurts you. Because one day he's going to kill somebody. That's what's going to happen. And he told you that himself when he was trying to manipulate you with saying it was us. Like, we need to keep our mouth shut about him because it's going to get somebody hurt. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? I digress. I really do. I digress. It's just a nightmare. It's just a night. It's like, this can't be real. If you don't laugh about it, like, you'll explode like I'm about to, and then I can laugh and, just be like, okay. And everyone thinks that, like, I give too many of my fucks away to him. Like, no, you don't understand fucks. Like, I have fucks to give because I save them. I don't give them away on stuff that doesn't matter. But when something matters, I don't give a fuck, and I'm going to give all my fucks to it because I don't give a fuck what you think. And that's the beauty of fucks. And you don't have a lot to give. And so you better save them for what really fucking matters to you. And this matters. And this is how I can help in this community until I can get my emotional issues figured out with taking on a new case. I can, what is that called? Like secondhand, for lack of a better word, like secondhand help true crime victims' families. True crime, like what a weird word. Anyway, I can help victims' families by warning them and speaking out against him. I mean, for God's sake, I can't imagine a world where Anna Williams would not be grateful. Kelsey and Mike and Becky and Derek, Lord, like he's just so awful, and he's so awful to them and he lies. And it's like, what better of like, it's so sick. The lies that he's told about Anna, I won't even say them out loud. The lies he's told about Cheyenne, because he fakes stuff. He makes stuff up. And like, then, if someone dares stand up with him, his usually go-to is something sexual, and it's disturbing. And the proof is on, like, go to Reddit, look it up for yourself. Like, I'm not going to post that. I'm not going to post what he said, but you can go over there and look at Reddit. It's on there. True Crime Greeno, if you want his like name. You can literally go and search and see what he says about people. And he was caught in a lie. Like, it was an absolute fact that he lied about his interactions with Cheyenne. It's an absolute fact that he did not have a relationship with anyone in the family. Like, not even through his child. Like, if you really look it up, like, he claims that that's no, it's like the 6 degrees of separate. I don't know. I mean, it's just laughable. Like, he doesn't care about Abby and Libby. He doesn't care about those families. If he did, he wouldn't say, fuck the families and fuck Delphi. He wouldn't say something. He wouldn't actually type that out and hit send. He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't say what he does when he gets caught. He wouldn't say that stuff. I guess, like, and it's okay. It's okay. And the thing that makes me upset is if you're too big of a chicken shit to admit that he swindled you, and therefore you keep your fucking mouth shut. That's so lame. It's really so lame. Think about it. The hypocrisy of it. You're not keeping your mouth shut about anything else. Naming POIs or, talking about just doing it in a good way and doing it justice, like true crime. Like, you're not shutting your mouth about that. He's fucking true crime. He is a true crime case. Point blank, period. That's it. So, yeah, we can talk about him now. We have always been able to. You want to know why? He puts his full name out there. He's actually put out affidavits in his pro se, like where he argues. And if you look in that video, the first one just did, she shows it on the screen of what he sent her, where he wanted her to commit perjury in a court of law. He shows it. Then you can take that and you can go and look at his handwriting in the documents that you can foyer, and you're like, yeah, this is Greeno. It's a very distinct, like, he does this whole pro se all the time. And if you think about it, Ted Bundy did that. He's no different. Like, he is, of course he's going to go pro se. Duh. Like, I still can't get through this freaking story. So anyways, he sends me a message and was like, is it okay do you think that the families would mind if I use that money, the $25 that's currently in the, money pool, to get myself to the courthouse in Newton County. For one, for fuck's sake, gas doesn't cost $25. Not even that far. And I just said, you said you were going to use the money that I sent you. And I'm pretty sure I screenshotted it, or like, you know how you can drag a message back down where someone says something in a messenger conversation. And I'm like, no, you said right here you were going to use that $20 that I sent you to get you to the courthouse. So he dropped it. Probably, you know, and honestly looking back on it, that was wise because I was waiting for him. I was waiting for him. I was waiting for him to give me a reason to go the fuck off and to call him out. And he also knows those lines, and he'll teeter on them with you, you know, to where you look like the asshole. And so he did. And then when he got to the court, he gave me that $25. And that's the only money that was given. But I lied about it because I didn't want the families to be bothered by it, because let's face it, like taking something like this to a murder victim's family when you have the ability to have, like, you're not a psychopath, and you like have empathy, and you can like see yourself in their shoes, and like, can you imagine being in their shoes and having to be bothered with the likes of Anthony Greeno? Like, really, and his shenanigans? But see, that's a big part of why he gets away with it, because he knows that. He knows that. Oh my gosh. And so he's using the fact that whomever is the one that's going to be like, hey, this doesn't sound right, but do we really want to ask? We really want to bother them with something so insignificant and trivial? No, we don't. We don't want to get them upset about it. Like, we don't want to ask, you know, Anna Williams or Becky Patty or anyone else, like Cheryl, Ginger. We don't want to ask them to like fact check Greeno, because they have way bigger they have way bigger things, and we all know it. They don't need to be messing with him. And what that creates is him to just keep getting away with it, and he knows it. And he probably will, because there's going to be people that are like, man, I cannot bring myself to like reach out to that poor grieving woman and be like, and bother her with something like that. Anyways, like, and I didn't want the focus to be about him. I felt responsible for him being in their lives, like, at all. And at that point, like, Cheryl done with him, you know. She saw his true colors, and like, you know, they were done. And but like, they didn't know. And so I lied, and I had to come back. And one of the toughest days was there was a group encouraging Anthony. And I mean, I knew about it, but I just, to find out that like one of their like families was like, they felt like they didn't know what to do, and it put them in an awkward position with that freaking group. And like, that they had been in there and they didn't know the truth, and I did that to them again. Like, I've already brought this monster. Like, they wouldn't have ever, I mean, like, Cheryl was done, you know, like, she'd gotten, you know, lied to by Ed Bounds, and she was done, you know, like, there was a lot of things that happened, like, that made her done. And I had to like talk her into it, like, no, this is important, like, getting getting it, and it is important to get stuff out there into the public. Hey, D. Yeah, it's fine. Like, like I can admit, like, I am embarrassed. I am ashamed of myself for lying, and I'm ashamed of myself for like bringing him into anyone's life and hurting them even more and allowing like being any part of them being further exploited, like that is, but see what happens is you can just own that. You can just own it, and then you don't even have to ask for it. I don't want any of your guys' forgiveness for that. Like, that would be weird, like that's a situation, that's not, I don't owe any of you guys that unless, one of their families are in there. And, but I also need to let it go. But it's hard to let it go because I know how important it is to me. Telling my story allows everyone else to see their own story, hopefully, because he's doing this to other people. And there's people that are just, for whatever reason, like they're just going to like can continue. I know, Cher. But like they're just going to continue to support him and blindly, sometimes knowingly. And it really, like, it's okay to be a victim of Anthony Greeno. You can stop doing that. And it's okay to have been there and to admit it for the sake of other people being hurt. Like, I did feel bad, and it was just like, I knew someone that had reached out to her, and she just blocked them, and, like, I'm sure Lindsay and I will talk about it in the future. We've talked about talking, and, like, you can watch her lives, and she's super real, and you can, figure out, like, this is the same. He did it to Incog and Amy. He did it to them before he did it to Can't Stop, Won't Stop. That's why I knew what he was going to do to them. Like what he did to those two women, and that everybody blamed them and attacked them, was sick. And it was like, who, like, I know Incog was kind of new in the community, but, or not Incog, Amy was kind of new in the community, but Incog had been around a while, done the most amazing, like, play by play, day by day coverage of the Delphi case, and has done nothing to deserve anyone calling her names or accusing her of lying. She's like, it's like, you know, I I can't, I don't even have words for it because she's just that good of a person. Like, and she really is, like, in real life too. It's not fake like him. And like for anyone to shit on her or accuse her of like wrongdoing, I'm sorry, she's just like, she won't like me saying this. She's just above reproach, especially next to Anthony Greeno. Like, are you kidding me? It's Incog here, people. And I mean, and Amy had done nothing to deserve that, like absolutely nothing. And then the way he used HCZ and like made that, I mean, there's just so many people. And Truth and Justice, I could just go on for days and naming all the channels that were, and actually Bruiser had said that, of like, I it's confusing with Bruiser because I think that he was the one that, like, I have a ton of like back and forth conversations with Bruiser. I used to watch his channel all the time. I just couldn't get down with like what I viewed as just like, he just literally like, I mean, he was the one that was one of the first ones that tried to convince me not to work with Greeno. Like, And I mean, he was right. Like, he had it all, like, figured out, the con and everything, and, like, the way he's gonna treat you and the way he's gonna still, like, Bruiser had figured it all out, and all these people out here acting like they fucking knew him. You knew him for, like, this little bit amount of time in comparison. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, sit down. Sit down. And that's the thing is, like, when you look at someone's life, you have to look at it in this, like, totality of, like, your time with that person, and, like, I have to, like, yeah, there was things that, like, he would get, and I think there was someone behind the scenes, like, manipulating stuff that you probably don't even know what I'm talking about, and that's fine, but not talking about, like, Greeno specifically. It was just, like, the whole situation and pitting people against each other, which, does kinda have a Greeno probably did it, if you're just gonna look for the person to pit people against each other. But, like, there's been a lot of blame shifting, and, it's gone to the wrong people that didn't deserve it, and a lot of people got caught up in that, like, the dragnet of that, and, it's unfortunate. And, but to, like, just, Bruiser's been around, like, I don't like to say, like, was, but, like, he's been around for, what, almost 5 years now? Like, um, there were many people that had, like, that knew him and knew him outside of this little short little time, but you could already tell, like, when he went to jail this time, you could tell that he wasn't quite like, because it's a pattern, but, like, why he I don't know, I'm off on a rabbit trail, but, um, yeah, just know that he's gonna use you, he's gonna abuse you in any way that he possibly can. He's an exploiter, he always will be. And the worst thing you can do for him is help him financially. The worst thing you can do is give him a free place to stay. Holy hell. I mean, find someone where that went successful. Well, besides the one. Like, come on. Um, like, and I'm not talking about Crime Geek. He didn't live with her. Like, stop going around and, like, spreading their address. Don't do that. Like, don't do that anyway, but, like, really? He didn't live there. I know this for a fact because I know where he was. And am I gonna tell you who those people are and give you their address? No, I'm not. Like, and don't ask me either, because 'cause you're just gonna get a flat out no. Like, no, don't even try, like, "Oh, I think if I, like, ask her in person or ask her in Messenger, she's gonna give me that." No, I'm not. Like, no, I'm not. I'm not going to give you that. Because whether I agree with those people or not for, basically harboring a fugitive, like, putting someone's address out there for something, because in the big picture of things, Greeno's trivial, and this small corner of YouTube is trivial. Um, like, to risk, no, you just, you don't do that kind of shit. Yeah, Ivy, it was gross. Like, I don't like that, and when you see that, like, it always puts you in a pickle because, like, what I was saying with Lindsay Ann from Can't Stop, Won't Stop is like, um, I should have reached out to her regardless of whether she blocked me or not, I should have done it, and I should have warned her, and I saw, like, what she was doing and what they were doing and what they were about, and it was like, "Oh my god," and I've talked to, Michelle, like, in Messenger, and, unfortunately, like, that came at that time when I was talking, because I've looked into Tanner Barton on a few different occasions, and she's awesome. Like, and she's a fighter, and, he fucked with the wrong person right there. He sure enough did. But, like, um, that you can just see it a mile and, like, what if he and thankfully, it doesn't appear that he's hurt their credibility, but, like, think of it in my shoes and then, like, where they are right now, because 'cause they're in my shoes after I was in my shoe you know what I'm saying? Because so you've got, this happened to, um trying to think of, I mean, everybody, so myself, and I mean, but I wasn't really a YouTuber at that time, so it's not really fair, but, like, it happened to, um, Incog and Amy, and then it happened to Lindsay Ann, and, Dwayne of Can't Stop Won't Stop, and then it happened to, um, Matt and Kate, Crime Dive, and then it happened to fill in the blank, because this is what he does, and, um like, to see Can't Stop, Won't Stop, and, like, what they were doing, and then, like, ugh, my gosh, like, please don't, like, ooh, he's gonna steal, if he's gonna just, like, take it over because he does that. He's done that to Randy, I don't even know how many times, like, he just, like, takes it over, and then Randy gets the hate, like, you're just like, "What the hell? There isn't anyone that can be nicer than Randy Gravitt." Like, come on, like, let's be real. But, yeah. Oh my gosh, I forgot to check my email. I'm gonna guess that there's nobody that's emailed me that's wanting to come out and speak for Greeno. Nope, not a single one. Last chance. I have some blank emails. um, but I don't have anyone that wants to come and be a voice for Greeno. Mm. Do behind my back, you know? That's another thing. It's like if you're gonna do something, if you're gonna say something about someone, just say it to their fucking face. And if you're not brave enough to say it to their face, don't say it behind their back. You know, like everybody gossips. Like, come on, don't try to tell me that you don't. But like, be willing to, the say it to that person, and like, yeah, I mean, they know whether they admit it or not. Like, I mean, it's blindly supporting him. That's not gonna happen because he's not gonna be able to perpetuate himself, like, he's behind bars, thank God, even though there already is a freaking GoFundMe for the fool, and there's probably a Facebook group. I guarantee you it's gonna be a motherly figure that is running it because, that's what he does. He's gotta have the girlfriend, he's gotta have the motherly figure, and those people are interchangeable, and they will keep changing the entire time he is on the planet. Because he's even said it, like, he doesn't have any friends in real life, like, people online are his friends. Like, he said that in his own words. Like, that I have a lot of friends that are online now too because, like, COVID and stuff, but, like, if you don't have anyone in your real life, what a like, that's just, like, spitting on all the people that he spit on even more for all these years that they've been real life friends like him, like he was with Michael Catt. Like, he spat on Michael Catt all the time, like, he just used him over and over and over again, and like, he would need Cat to bail him out, and then he would pretend to, like, give Cat the time of day, and it was sad. It was sad. And to watch while I'm on it, watch that little weasel makes $603 on his birthday. For one, he wrote it that he was going to promote the fundraiser for Michael Katz's family, Michael Stroop. What did he say? When someone confronted him about that in the chat, he was finally like, "Oh, is there a mod that can, like, drop that?" Like, he pretended like he didn't know and he couldn't fucking find it. He was sent that. He didn't want anyone to give any money to them so that he could have it for his how pathetic are you of a person that you throw yourself a fucking birthday party online, and then, even more pathetic, you raise money for yourself. How many green screens does he have to have before you realize that he's not fucking buying a green screen? Like, he never even did. He sent him $603 and he never did see one single green screen behind him. Come on, wake up. Oh my God. You gotta laugh because, like, if you don't, it's just like it's an oxymoron, is what it is. He's just chock full, just like you're just like, man, it's such a fucking laughable tragedy. It's a horribly funny, because he's horrible. Like, he's literally a horrible human being, and I'm not going to regret saying that. Like, don't ever think that. And, like, don't ever try to, like, no one is going to change my mind, really. Because you know what? Like, there's facts, and then there's, like, wiggle room for, like, things to, like, let's just say there was, like, one article that had, like, one line wrong, okay? Like, that is you could be like, but do you really think, like, think about that. Do you really think that all of those people in the actual media, like, actually they do have a media badge that is not forged and, like, made up? Like, do you really think that they're the ones independently from here to South Carolina? You really think they're the ones that lied? And there was a retraction that he didn't put out everywhere? Are you kidding me? You know why he never put out a retraction or talked about the retraction other than just to bring it up, like, and people just believe him, like they believe that he was running for sheriff? Like, because it doesn't exist. You can go and find it. Now, he spliced it and diced it and cut out the parts that were the truth about Greeno and played it on his channel perpetually. But he edited that just like he did with Kim Riley's interview about the parts of the Delphi case that could really hurt it. Swinging back to that. I always come back, you know. He just literally fucking like you can hear it. And he literally claims that Garrett Kurtz is ruled out because of, like, he ruled him out. If you watch it, like, you have to really be an idiot or just not paying attention to think that him splicing and dicing what Riley said, especially about the part about Greeno, and Garrett Kurtz being ruled out. Like, he literally spoke, and then, like, when you have, like, a fancy microphone and you're outside doing an interview and you're, like, in that same space as that person, because in the video, it's a video. So that video is hooked to that microphone, and you can, like, literally, there's proof of it because there's a video, if that makes sense to you. But there's the audio is going to be the same. So it's like outside, whatever background noise you're going to get it on both ends. Go find that and you let me know. He's cut where he's edited it, like, he's taken that and he uses Audacity, and he got, Sergeant Kim Riley saying no, because he got him saying no to the question that he recorded in inside somewhere, or wherever it was. It doesn't match the audio of when Kim Riley's speaking and says no. And he didn't even really do a good job or even try, because he doesn't have to try to like fool you like he did in the beginning with like Hannah Wilson. Chaotic found that and like, holy shit. Ivy, there's been a bunch of people that have like found the CC Moore. Like, emailed me, like, there's people that are just like but yeah, the Hannah, I think it was Hannah Wilson, where it was like true crime. I always get him confused whether it's daily or, well, he sold pretty much their logo too. So it shouldn't be surprising that he just literally yanked like one of their whole. And the thing is he did go there. So he had footage of his own, but no, what did he choose to do? He chose to spend, it had to have taken him a lot of time to spend going over, how on a screen, like there's things like, especially if you're watching like a HLN or, something like this true crime. Is it daily, Ivy? Okay. Yeah. They're both saying daily. So who is a huge channel, and that he does that too on purpose, because they're not going to be affected by this one little weasel in this tiny little area of YouTube. Like, they're not going to lose a bunch of money. Like, so they're not going to like really bother to go and contest that he's yanked their entire video and audio and everything else about it and perpetuated out like he actually did some work. My God, he didn't do any of that. But he did go and he spent all this time like putting his logos over top of theirs so that it looked like he made it. That's the time. That's the thing, is if he spent half as much time into being a good person as that he puts into making it look like he's a good person. So it's all just like, he's just faking it to making it look. If he just spent that time, like half of it even, just on actively trying to become a better person and tell the truth and not hit women and not like, exploit. He's the one that exploits his children, not any of us. I never once brought up his child's name. Never once. But he had a whole bunch of people thinking I did. Never once did I call him a child molester, and neither did anybody else. It was despicable what he did to that 9-year-old little girl. He lied. He did not interview her. He did not talk to her. He didn't go. You want to know where he was? He was fleeing that day. Like, he didn't fucking go. He lied because he probably, I don't know, but I'm assuming somebody probably sent him money because he was supposed to go. And he had to, make it look like he did, but then he didn't record because of course he's going to record. Come on. Whenever he doesn't show it to you, just know that he doesn't have it. Like, honestly. Ridiculous. Anybody else want to come on here and talk? Like, I'm getting like super winded, but I can also end it. It was disgusting, Nick. It was absolutely disgusting. Like, hey, Carol. Yep. I haven't been on it a long time. I'm not sure you're going to like it. But, like, I found that for Randy in 10 minutes or less just by little girl calls 911, saves family. Yeah, that's a different one. That's the, Flora fires that he did that, lied about that. That was disturbing as well. Oh my god. He didn't That's horrible. Absolutely horrible. Um, but yeah, to imagine knowing the truth about that man and watching him go live saying that he spoke to a 9-year-old victim of James Bryan Chadwell. Now, mind you, he's the same one that earlier he played a video that Chuck Bronson didn't even play on his channel, and he's like a piece of shit as well. But he's like less of a piece of shit than Greeno, but he fucked up and must have like shared it with him, like a private link to it or whatever. Maybe he did go live and took it down. I don't fucking know. I don't care. It was wrong. Literally listened to his scanner and like went to this little girl's house, this little 9-year-old girl, and filmed her in her own front yard getting a gift from the Tippecanoe, like the law enforcement and people that had to witness. Because I'll tell you what that man did to that little girl and the way that was a sadistic, sick individual that would have killed her, be it not for those 2 individuals that saved her life that day. Know that. Like, he told her he was going to kill her. Like, and then for him to have the audacity to come on and be like, I talked to her and told her that not all men are like that. And that if I'm around, she's always safe. Get the fuck out of here. You have to have lost your mind to think that that is anything appropriate, whether it happened or not. Like, there's nothing about it that's appropriate. Thank God it's a lie. Thank God that someone didn't let him say that to that little girl. Thank God. Like, but then he twisted that around and somehow like he tried to use, and it worked for like some people. Like, they're just like, what? Never said who, no one. But that's what gaslighting is. It's like you fuck up and then you turn around and it becomes that other person's fault. And I guarantee you, Crime Geek, he's going to be gaslighting. He's already love bombed the shit out of you. I'm almost 100% positive of that. You won't confirm it until he's in your rear view mirror. And I know that, and that's okay. And I will never, ever, you can ask people that have come after me that I would never, ever, it's open arms because you are a victim in my eyes. I'm not going to be blasting you and your real name and your address and like all the things that you say and do. That's not going to be coming from me. I hope that you wake up. I'm not going to be doxing you. Like, I'm trying to help you. I legitimately am. I don't want to see you go any further and be victimized by him because he will do it to you behind bars. He's done it to other women, and he will manipulate you into thinking him being in jail is your fault. Guarantee he's probably already done that. Like, which is sick. Like, it's just sick. And to be like, to be able to just like not, and the thing is like, they're pleased by agreement. He's never actually gone to trial on any of his felonies or misdemeanors or anything, like he takes pleas. Well, do you know what a plea is? You admit what you did. And like, he's not, there's no Alfred pleas. There's no, anything that he wants to claim. Like he admits to what he does because he actually did it. That's why there's pleas, because he actually did do it and he's taken a plea. And in that agreement, in order to get that plea, he agreed to like a condition of his probation, but like he was sentenced to a 900 and some days in the Indiana state, like state correction facility. So not just like Morgan County Jail or Carroll County Jail. Like he's going to the state. And he's been there before, but like whatever. He looked someone in the eye and he said, I whatever they say, like it says it in the court documents, like, but I affirm that I will, like he made a verbal and written promise in a court of law that he was going to do A, B, C, and D. And he didn't do A, B, C, and D. And so guess what? He's already been given a second chance because he got a plea by agreement and he blew it. Don't give him any fucking money. What's wrong with you? Stop it. Like, stop it. Don't give him any money. His plea, he did it in the first place. In errors of like, what? Oh my gosh, at one time. Oh, guess what? It just so happened to be around $20,000, which he's saying that the prosecutor and like someone else, I can't remember who it was, the judge like cornered him and was like, if you give us like it was a personal transaction, like if you give us $20,000, we'll let you go. No! It probably was said that it was probably said in a court of law, like during a hearing of like, Mr. Greeno, you still like you owe 20, like when you do the right thing and you pay what you owe, $20,000, then you can be free. But he didn't do that, so it doesn't matter. Like he's still gonna have to pay that. But like you sending that full money or like saving money to pay his child, just think about that of like, that's his responsibility. It's nobody else's. And like, why should he get out of it? But I guarantee you, if some other man did that, because you don't want to know why I know? Because Christopher Mathis, personal experience with it. That boy had the same amount. And I saw a lot of the same people that won't say the truth about Greeno to save their life speak out against Christopher Mathis for being a deadbeat dad and not paying his child support. Yeah, and that's why it's like originally I wanted to put that out and edit out his name just to see how many people like, oh my gosh, who's this new scumbag? What did he do? Because his criminal history is the same damn thing as Garrett Kurtz and the rest of the delinquents. Garrett Kurtz had a warrant out for his arrest for domestic violence when he murdered 2 people. Where was everybody's indignation and like anger at me when I was reporting about that? When I was telling you about that? I'm not even going to say the word reporting because I'm not a fucking reporter. Like, nobody. But Greeno gets a pass. Why? Why does Greeno get a pass? I mean, and that's the thing is like the hypocrisy of like, you're in the true crime community. Are you fucking serious? Yeah, it's just like, and I'm just gonna say it, Carol, like, that's fine, like, you can justify it by thinking that just because you don't give him money, like, you're not supporting him. If you watch his channel, you're supporting him. Like, it should be shut down. Like, that would be the best thing for everyone because its money supply needs to be shut down. Like, he doesn't need to make a dime. But, like, just not sitting in money doesn't absolve anyone of, like, what you should be doing. And, like, when you I'm not, like, meaning to target you at all. Like, seriously, I saw that and, like, it reminded me, like, that because there is that of, like, I did that too. Well, he hasn't done it, and I said this to people. I said this to Bruiser. I said this on Facebook. I said this in public, embarrassingly enough, because I do study serial killers in my free time all the time, and I have since I was a little kid. Like, well, he hasn't done anything to me. And, like, Amy sent me that the other day, and it's brilliant. And everybody, it should just be a trail of all of those. Any kinda It doesn't have to be a serial killer, it can be a rapist, someone that's killed their domestic partner, their wife, like, it all fits. Um, like, just because he didn't do it to you, just because you didn't get swindled by him, or you didn't lie for him, or you didn't, like, defend him, like, if you do anything that, like, helps him, you're contributing to the problem, just like I was when I was like, "Well, he didn't do anything to me." So, like, I'm not gonna judge him. Meanwhile, over here, like, yeah, Ted Bundy, he didn't do anything. Joseph D'Angelo didn't do anything to me. Never met the man of my life. He didn't do anything to me, but he did kill a whole hell of a lot of women. And he raped even more, like, so much more. I mean, because 'cause you're talking like he's the East Area rapist and the original Night Stalker and the Golden State Killer, and he was, like, a cat burglar and, like, some island, like, I mean, and guess what? He was abusive that his girlfriend spoke out, like, Bonnie, the one that he, you know, um would say her name while he was raping the survivors of that horrendous man. He fucking looked like Ivan the Terrible up in there, and I mean, he is. It's just, ugh, sick. So fake, and, like, but she even said it in there, of, like, he abused her, and he was, like, manipulating her, and talks about the domestic, like, abuse, and she was just, like, absolute, like, she saw, like, it took her a year. And then when she broke things off with him, he tried to coerce her into, like, marriage by holding a gun, like, pointing a gun at her out from outside of her window. Should have seen this coming. And, telling her that she was gonna marry him, and she just bravely survived. I mean, because she said no. Like, "I'm not gonna do that," and he didn't shoot her. But, like, Greeno's done some of those same things. He did them to Jess. Like, he's done them to other victims that haven't spoken out about him publicly, like, holding criminal confinement, guys. Like, what is that? It wasn't just Jess. There's been there's other women in those reports. Remember the girl that got her leg sliced open? Remember her? And I can't wait for the day that, like, it's not just me on here rambling, and it's actually, because this won't get, like, nearly as many views as a organized podcast with a website, and for people to go and actually fact check, because that's what you should be doing, like, you should be, like, you can't just say stuff, you should be able to back it up. Like, you could say stuff, but, like, I don't like, I don't care if you believe me or not. But on, like, a podcast where you need to prove, and, yeah. For this, like, you can go and fact check me if you want. I'm just not gonna make it. I'm just not gonna give it all to you. Like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna take the time to do that. But, like, you can still fact check me, and I have an excellent memory and recall, and so But, I am just talking, and so if you find something where I have, and I'm not talking don't be fucking petty. I hate petty people. Don't be petty. It better be, like, something significant and not just like, "Well, you said 2017 and it was actually 2018." Like, don't be fucking petty. I hate petty. Like, ugh, I really hate it. But, like, if I've said something that is just absolutely untrue on a grand scale, by all means, you send that to me, and I will make a public apology. I will. I'll go back live on here and online and or on Facebook and make a public apology if you can show me proof of where I just like sat here and made something up out and pulled it out of my ass. I don't need to pull it out of my ass. Like I don't have a compulsion to do that. Greeno, he does have a compulsion to lie and swindle. He's gaining something out of it. I'll never forget watching Truth and Justice one night and like I love her and she has like and we agreed to disagree. The same with Incog, same, with a lot of people, and that's fine. Like, I just feel like and I think, like, the people that know me know that I just have to get it off my chest. I just have to tell you how I feel, and then, like, I'm still gonna be your friend. Like, we're n we were never not talking, like and there's other people where we are still very close. I'm not gonna, like I'm never gonna just, like told you so. Not me at all. Like, I find someone that I've said that to. Find someone that has learned the truth about him, about just they always say the same thing, so you'll be able to find them pretty easily, because we've all been there. Like, I'm included in that. And, like, because it's like, you don't wanna be the next one, and so paying it forward would be helping that next one not become the next one. But he's such a manipulator that he twists all that to make it out to be you're the bully and you're the one attacking him when all you're doing is telling the truth and trying to warn somebody so they don't become the next you. And you're villainized for it. Don't let them do that to you. You speak up. Like, you're not the villain. This is some kinda upside down world. Like, for real. Yes. We were just I've talked about Tinder Swindler. HCC told me to watch that, and boy, oh, I had so much to do, like, because I've been so sick, I've been neglecting my house, laundry, just, like, groceries, everything, and I was finally feeling better enough to, like I had a plan, and I got to watching that at, like, 11 or something, and I couldn't stop. I was just gonna watch a little bit, see what it's about. No, watched the whole thing right there and wasted my whole until, like, 1. I didn't start doing anything until, like, 1 o'clock again. But, yeah, it's him. He's Dirty John, like, I had told HCC about that guy, and, like, he watched it and was like, "Holy shit, yeah." Like, and then and he, found that and it's like, yeah, like, you know why he has so many commonalities with Dirty John and Tinder s I forget, Tinder Swindler? It's because they're con men, and they have a similar profile, just like a serial killer has a similar profile. There's only, like, little differences, like organized, disorganized, and, like, was it a spree? Was it a what the motivate like, was it power control? Like, all the 4 or 5 different, other outside of that, they're all the same if you really think about it. I mean, they kill people or they steal from people, or sometimes they do both, Sometimes they beat them up and torture them, and then they kill them, but there's always still these, like, same commonalities that you can find. Well, it's the same thing with a con man, a grifter. That's why they all are so similar, and that's why you can know what he's gonna do to Crime Geek, because he's already done it, and he's established a very strong pattern since 2005, especially with women, and a very strong pattern once he started with the whole lies, like, there's a strong pattern even with him running for sheriff, like, he's faked that twice, you know? And then but, like, with the bounty hunting thing, none of it was real, and then he, like, comes out and says that, and nobody catches it, like, he literally, like, sat on the show one time and was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna have" what was it called? Like, Warrant Wednesdays or something stupid, and he was like, "Yeah, see this?" Oh my god. He doesn't have a badge. Like, they are not even allowed to carry a badge. Like, it's like, "Look it up." Like, look it up for cereal. They're not allowed to look like they're law enforcement, and he, like, bought himself a freaking Halloween costume of a police officer's uniform and was wearing it around, pretending to be a bounty hunter when they're not allowed to do that. On and he doesn't have a license, and you can't just go like any old felon. Like, I'm sure there's like, if if a felony is like 10 years behind you or something, and you can get it like lower to a misdemeanor if you've served a certain amount of time, or your probation is over. Just like in this Carroll County case, if he actually paid that, he's never going to. Let's be real. Um, like, if he actually paid that, he could get this felony dropped down to a misdemeanor. He doesn't care. What is one more felony in the midst of, like, how many does he have? Somebody remind me, because it's like, I don't even know. I mean, I feel like it would be like if I would have to, like, work really hard, like, I don't know. Because I, don't have any felonies, I could probably, like, literally do something, and then I'd end up with a huge felony, and it'd just be like, "Really? You let all those people go after they just, like, serially, that's what it means to, like, be a habitual criminal, and why there's literally like a 4 or 5-year sentence that can be added to your being a habitual criminal when you just continuously break the law, like, over and over again. But I came on here to implore people to not like, speak out against this GoFundMe. Report it, because, it does go against their terms of service if you read them. Probably didn't catch that. Like, but you can't change it now. Like, you change it now and that's over. Like, because don't give him any money. Just take it down, and, like, we'll just all pretend like that didn't happen. Like, we'll just pretend that there wasn't, like, a whole Facebook comment section in a post, because it's not just this person that is their name is behind the GoFundMe. There's, like, a whole little group of you, and don't be fooled to think that, like, people don't know who you are. I'm not gonna say your name out loud, but, like, come on now. Let's just, like, you just stop doing that, and we'll just, like, pretend like that did not happen, because 'cause I'm not gonna shut up about it. Like, anytime that I see there's someone else has sent money to that, like, I'm gonna say something about it, and, like, you really should be embarrassed of yourself. You really should be embarrassed. Just think about it. Just consider doing the right thing and just take it down. Just take it down. Ask the person to take it down. Don't start anymore. Don't send him any more money on his books. Don't keep him afloat. And don't have him on your channel when he gets out of prison. Because that's what he does. Like, there's going to be a pattern, and y'all are going to see it in the future. If you don't hear me now, you're going to be like, man, I remember when Mel said that, and that's going to be fine. And I've never thrown in your face, and I hope you come and tell me about how you got out. Like, because it is. There's victims of him, and there's people that are not victims of him. I'm not talking about those people. But a lot of people, I cannot believe that there's just so many people out there. Hey, Incog, that just like, that would be just, I have to believe that people are by nature good, and that they just don't, they know not what they do. Like, like that they just, I just have to believe that there isn't people out there that know the truth, and like, because I know people in my personal life that like, they know the truth because I've said the truth to them. And I genuinely believe that they are able to compartmentalize that truth and just like lock it away and like pretend like they don't know that. I've seen it happen over and over again in my real life. And that's why it's like, there are people out there that like, they can just like compartmentalize and like, but just don't fool yourself to thinking that you're special to him, because you're not. He's using you. Whether you're his girlfriend, whether you're his newest mother figure, whether you're that next podcast or YouTuber that's going to come along in the future. Like, don't, just like, look him up. Like, just like, find where people are talking about the truth of Anthony Greeno, the unpleasant truth of Anthony Greeno, which his name is not, and he puts out his freaking name. Let's see if I got any emails. Otherwise, I'm going to get off here. But yeah, I'm just not, honestly, I don't know how. I've totally forgot like how to use this. And I even like, for some reason, paid for StreamYard, and I really don't even remember why I did it, but I just noticed that there's no little StreamYard up there. I'm like, oh yeah, there was a reason that I wanted to like pay for it though, but I haven't even done it, and I don't even remember what it is, to be honest. Hi, Lynette. Yeah, I could tell that just by your, just like the little bit of your, Renee Anthony Charles Greeno, yes. And he has put his real name out there because, there always has to be like, the thing is with him is like, there's always like a little truth to it. And so, like, he uses his own court documents. And so that's where it's like, when he's put his name out, and he also speaks about to him, about himself in the third person, which I'm pretty sure that's just like a sign right there in and of itself that someone's a psychopath. Like, they literally speak about themselves in the third person. Like, who goes around doing that? You got to think you're pretty fucking special to talk about, they're like, Mel Roberts is having a birthday party tonight. Oh, you guys didn't know she was Cold Truth too? Like, get the fuck out of here. But you know why and then like that freaking TikTok. Oh my God. How embarrassing for you that you thought like you were going to, what, the Dalai Lama? Like that you coined some famous quote, like quotes by Anthony Greeno. Like you moved the audience with your lame speech. Are you kidding me? Maybe you did, but the fact that you went and like referenced it in that manner and like literally talked about yourself in the third person so that everybody that read it knew who who you, True Crime Investigates, is talking about. Like, I can't. But anyways, I don't know how to put the like StreamYard link up there, but if you want, and you my cold truth podcast at gmail.com, like you can come on here and talk to me. We can talk about something else. You can take over where I've left off because unfortunately, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Like, can you even believe that? How long have I been on here? 2 hours and 30 minutes of like, that's ridiculous. And this is the tip of the iceberg. Think about that. All that I have told you tonight is just the tip of the iceberg. Yeah, Cynthia, like, I don't know why. I just feel like maybe it's because she kind of looks like I don't know, like her voice and like on her channel, she looks like my sister and she sounds like my sister. And my sister did she had a very strong pattern of this behavior for a long time. And like, I am who I am in my real life too. So you can imagine when I get fed up and decide to just tell someone the cold like truth about like what you're doing and what like, and so I did. I broke down the last 10 years of her relationships. Look what you gave to this one, because you compromised a part of who you gave him a part that made you love yourself. You had to love you less in order to keep loving him. You had to love him less, like you had to love yourself less in order to keep loving that person. That's what a compromise is. That if you have to love yourself less in order to stay with someone and to keep in a relationship, it's unhealthy for you and you need to leave. But when you create a pattern of that, of like, you stayed with this guy because he cheated on you. He cheated on you and you stayed. You had to love yourself less in order to continue to love him. And I literally just went through every relationship she had had in 10 years. And I said, but I'm done. And on this one, if you do it, I'm going to tell your dad and your brother. And I'm putting my foot down. I researched this fool and I presented her with all the evidence and I told her exactly what was going to do and where her life was going to lead. And she's always wanted that white picket fence. I'm almost 9 years older than her. So I want that for her. She's like, and she just kept wasting time and loving herself. Like, you're never going to find that true person that is actually all of the good things that you deserve if you don't think you deserve that person. And if you happen to meet someone and they aren't mentally like relationship, they don't have a bunch of baggage and damage that they need to work through, and they're healthy individuals independently, like, it's not going to work out. I'm sorry. They're going to see right through like the brokenness and the like damage and the loving yourself less. That's what that means, loving yourself less. they're gonna see through that, and they're gonna leave, they're gonna be like, "Ooh." And that's the guy that you wanna be good for. That's the guy that you want to have your mental health and all of those old wounds dealt with for, because he's actually all the things that you've always ever wanted. So don't try to put just any old human being in that role of your husband, of the potential, like father figure to your children, or the father to your children. Don't put someone like him or him in that position. They don't deserve you. You have to take the time to learn to know that you deserve better. And when you do that, just like my sister, I guarantee you, when you take the time to get yourself right and you're ready for a relationship, and you know what a healthy relationship is, and you're healthy and you can healthily be in that relationship, not like a codependency and a an unfair advantage relationship and an abusive one where you put up with being victimized. Like, that's not what anyone deserves, man or woman. Like, nobody deserves as humans to be treated like that. We allow things to happen to us, and there's things that we get into a situation and then we're dead, like my friend. She was a beautiful model. And he was a swindler too, that smooth talker, and he got her. And anyone can love bomb you for a little bit, but what they're counting on is that you're going to love them more than you love yourself. That's literally exactly what they're counting on. And that you don't want to leave, it's going to hurt. And then that's when their true colors come out. Well, sometimes it's too late and you're dead, and you don't come back from dead, and that's why it's so important to be like, especially in intimate relationships. That's why it's so important to be healthy because if you're mentally healthy and you love yourself, not too much, I'm not talking about like this narcissistic, like, I'm talking about a healthy amount of like self-awareness that have like self-worth. Because you have to be able to take your own inventory as a human. You have to be able to take your own inventory. Yeah, true sleuth, he's a psychopath, I think. I don't think he loved his own mother. Either one, like, but I'm referring to the person that raised him, not the person that gave birth to him. He wasn't living with her. The person that raised him, his mother, who has tried. I've seen her make comments of like trying to like encourage him to like make changes in his life and to stop this and to grow up and like just come on, and he doesn't love her. He doesn't love anyone. He's not capable of it. If he was, he would have already done it. He's 36. And there's nothing that shows you, and he tried to, manipulate me with this too. Like, cause I finally like, he got out, and I mean, he'd been trying to like, still get to me from behind bars through like other people. It's just so creepy. Like, that's so weird. So he could work with me. Like, I was like gonna be okay with just kind of like, now let's face it, I wouldn't have been able to do that for much longer, but like, I tried. Um, to not go hell-mel, but like, I said, I was live, and he was just literally, and I'm proud of myself. I gave, there could have been way more on that. It's still up somewhere, but he's in the chat, and he's just like, it's just so patronizing. Patronizing and petty, ugh. Passive. Passive, patronizing and petty. Like, I just can't. I can't be friends. Like, I can't. But like, he was doing that in my chat. And like, and then he starts messaging me, in private messenger, and like pretending like he's the hero of my story, of my journey. Fuck you. No, don't give him that. Don't let him manipulate you into thinking that he's the hero of anything. He's not. And I said, please leave me alone. That's it. That's all I said. Please leave me alone. One comment. Oh my word. He couldn't handle that. He could not handle it. And this was like 1:00 in the fucking morning. And he's Mel, which manipulative already because he's inserting my name, Mel. What have I ever done to you? Jeffrey Dahmer didn't do anything to me either. Remember all that? Like, Joseph D'Angelo didn't do anything to me either. So that's a manipulative tactic he's employing on you. What have I ever done to you? Name one time when I have wronged you. Like, you think I have that short of a memory, dude? Anyways, like, and he's like, I have kept my word. And he goes on and on. And then I'm like, oh, fine, I'll tell you. Like, I'm not gonna do it. I'm literally in bed, like, and so he finally stops, messaging me. I should just go to it. I'll just go to that. It's fine. We'll just do that real quick. I'll just read those. I'm pretty sure I've posted them too. So let's see. There is February. Wait. Let's see. February 19th, 2020. There's messages. I sent him some information so that he could do his live, but I did the work. Sound familiar, Amy? Everyone else? So February 21st. Let's see. I must have gone back too far. February 23rd of 2020. Okay. That is my last message with him. And it was like at 8:23 at night. Before that, he'd said that he was live on YouTube now. That was on the 21st. And I had said, what time? Like I misspoke there, but what time are you starting YouTube? Live on YouTube now. And I sent him a message on the 23rd. And then nothing until December 4th, 2020. So yeah, like he was in jail for almost, a whole year there. We got a break from him. Hopefully that happens again. I really hope. But and so then he starts, hey there, I am bringing I am binging your channel and am amazed at how awesome you are at this stuff. I want in. I want you to join me as well for some stuff. Oh, I should be so flattered. I did say because this is true. Thanks. The podcast, not YouTube, would not have happened without the lesson, because he gave me a lesson on how to use Audacity. I had bought a big book and I could have read that whole book and learned, but by the time I'd have done that, I'd done been moved on to something else. Let's be real. But he gave me a lesson that I paid for. I paid for it because, I don't want to owe anybody. And he did teach me how to use Audacity, and it helped me to go on to make my podcast. So I said that. Happen without you. It's doing better than I expected. And then he sends, you're doing great. And then he sends me a bunch of his YouTubes. Totally didn't I had other, albeit saying that one thing that I just read to you, he sent me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 messages before I told him to leave me alone. I said, please leave me alone, period. Immediately, why are you upset at me? Question mark. Next message. What did I do to upset you? Question mark. Next message. I won't bother you. I just wonder what I may have done wrong. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Do you not see how manipulative like he is? He knows exactly what he did wrong. Oh, but it gets better. Not at least gonna tell me what I did to piss you off? I thought everything was fine. I've never once done you wrong. I'm a loyal, I, wait, I'm a LOL confused Mel. Would you please let me know at least? Like I owe him something. I don't fucking owe him anything. I will tomorrow. I'm in bed. Thank you. He did leave me alone. I said, I've done some research on you. I cannot deny that your past behavior is questionable to say the least. I believe that past behavior predicts future behavior unless there is true change. I don't think I see that you have changed one bit. If you care to convince me I'm wrong, I have a list. If not, please leave me alone. I genuinely, and then, it's just like, I'm not going to take a time to like do a Q&A with this asshole. Came to my senses. I genuinely don't think you could change my mind about you. And I don't want either of us to give, and I don't want either of us to give too many fucks away on something as trivial as me not trusting you or me not wanting anything to do with you, period. You're basing everything on past circumstances? Question mark. I don't think you really know the truth about me. Here he goes again, telling me what I know. Manipulative. That's manipulative when anyone else tells you what you know. It's manipulative. Do some people slip and been like, oh my gosh, I know, right? Or they're like, like last week, Yeah, there's a difference between serial behavior and like occasionally someone says that, because you gotta be like these, like him and anyone that he gets to be a puppet for him, like you gotta like you, and that's the thing why people are like, oh, like you can't make a mistake in what you talk about, or you have to like make sure you say, because they'll be waiting for you to tell somebody that they know, and then they're gonna come back and try to use it on you. Don't let them, because I guarantee you don't do it every day of your damn life. Anyways, back to reading. You're basing everything on past circumstances, question mark. I don't think you really know the truth about me. Most online junk is not true. Yes, it is. And if you read the actual arrest reports, I have, on me, then you would see that is not entirely what it seems. Even my most recent arrest was fabricated by the police, and the officer was arrested for it. Oh, that's flat out that's a lie. He wasn't arrested for it. It's not true. He's fabricated it all and perpetuated it on you. Oh my God. Fabricated by the police, and the officer was arrested for it and is going to court now for 8 counts of perjury. I have never done anything wrong to you, and I have a genuine heart. I never did anything to you. Being repetitive is manipulative in this paragraph right here. The way that he is using it is manipulative. I never did anything to you, so I don't know why you all of the sudden base this opinion of me. There it goes again, telling me what I've done. All of a sudden, I've just based this opinion of him like it came flying out of fucking nowhere. He's the only one that lives in the nowhere zone of like, nothing's true. My God. Next one. Yes, I've made some mistakes in my past, but I was an idiot and I've moved way past that. He just got out of jail and lied about why he was in jail. You didn't learn shit. You lied about it. You asshole. Do you really think I'm that stupid? Oh, God. Where did I leave off? I thought I was a good acquaintance of yours and just felt upset that you feel this way about me. I'm truly hurt by that, Mel. He's not truly hurt about anything. He's trying to manipulate me. I'm sorry you feel that way about me, but I will respect your wishes and stay from contacting period, wish you the best. How patronizing, how petty, and how passive aggressive and just like flat out like this whole thing. Like if you read it, if I read it to you and you didn't know it was Anthony Greeno on the other end and you didn't know that it was me like commenting, you'd be like, holy shit, like this person is so gross. Like they're so manipulative. Like you don't let people tell you what you know and when you know it and when you learned it and what you believe. Like, come on. No, I'm gonna have to disagree with you, Ivy Rose. 95, oh, that's too high, girl. Come on now. That's way too high. Yeah, he's banking on the fact that especially women are stupid. And then he's banking on the fact that men are going to want to be like, back up. That's drama. Like, I don't want to have that because I'm not saying anything like misogyny, of like, whatever. It's not that kind of a comment. It's just like literally you go back to your DNA as like the X and Y of who you are as a person. And like it's just something that's like been there since Neanderthal times. Like it's like you do see them, they're dramatic. Don't get me wrong. Like men are very dramatic. Like that's not what I'm saying here. This is different. They don't want to be dramatic on your behalf. There's a big difference. Like they don't want to like put themselves out there and risk themselves in order to like have like not necessarily your back, but for like the sake of like the truth. Like a lot of time, and I'm not, and I shouldn't say all, because let's look at Gray Hughes. He doesn't do that. Everybody else, I mean, everybody's so like they call him so mean, and it's like a joke on the channel, but like other people like out, like they literally are like, like he's such a bully and like he's the biggest problem. There's never going to be a bigger problem than Anthony Greeno because like it's like saying, like there's a you like sped, like you went 80 miles an hour in a 55 and you're in the same car, like, and you get, you're in a court, and like the guy next to you that's standing next to you, like he's literally like a sadistic, he raped somebody and then strangled them to death. And you're like standing there, like he's always that guy that's in the room with you, like he's always going to be the biggest problem in the room. But it's perspective. Like if you're in a room with someone that didn't speed and they didn't break the law, this is like get a speeding violation, then that's when you're the problem in the room. And that's like super lame of a example, but you get what I'm saying. Like It's perspective of like, he's the biggest problem in any room, literally any room. So like the fact that people, but see, they always got to have like they're, in this little con of his, he's always got to have the enemy, the like in a toxic family dynamic, this person would be like the black sheep, the martyr, but like a lot of times in a toxic family dynamic, like you want to be the black sheep. Like you literally should be like embarrassed if you're not the black sheep. You want to be that black sheep because that's like the only person that is thinking like anyone outside of this family unit. And like anything with Greeno is just kind of like that. And so Greg Hughes gets placed in that. And then people all still think we're so stupid that we can't have an independent thought outside of Gray. So therefore we must be in a cult. Yeah, I'm a freak. I think it's coming up on almost a year. I'm a member, proud of it. He does great things. I like watching his content. I love, like I said, love newspapers since I was a little kid. That's perfect for me. I respect that. Like he does a lot of really good things. Who else are you gonna see is gonna give 50%, almost like 50% of like not just like having a fundraiser one night, literally like 50% of like their, and we get to do that as a group. And so when you like can crowdsource the right way and support a channel, it's no different than me paying a subscription for Netflix. Like I get something out of it, and then I get to be a part of something. I mean, that Bibb County thing was, it doesn't get any better. Like that was awesome to get to be able to be like, we did that. Like we all did that. Like we came together, pulled our money with someone we watch every night or whenever we get a chance or whatever, and like we did that. And now we're like literally like they know his name. He hasn't had a name in like 60 years. That's like, well, that's what it's all about. Not fucking giving Greeno money in jail and prison. And it's not even a thing. Like he's not going to get out because you paid off his child support, which it's like, it's misinformation that you even think that you're going to raise that. Like, oh my God. Surely to God, not. Like, but it also says to basically make him comfortable while he's in jail. Like, there's enough money to go around, so you're supposed to do both. Are you kidding me? Stop that. Like, stop that. I'll continue reading. Made some mistakes. Same thing he says all the time. Anytime he brings up anything, I've made mistakes in my past. Like he's put it behind him somehow. Yeah, but it's not. It's not behind him. It's not behind him when you keep doing the same things over and over again. That's like the definition of insanity. Like that you keep allowing him to perpetuate the same things over and over again. It's the definition of insanity. Yeah. Isn't a third of it? No, it's not. It's just for one child. Like, it's just for one. He has 4. I don't know. I watched him during Randy's walk last year. He just took over. Yeah. Yeah, he sure did, Otto. It was sad. He took over until, I think that might have been the year before. Remember when he manipulated Randy into taking him out to the cemetery? Remember that? Yeah, that was a manipulation. You can literally watch that manipulation live. And manipulated everybody into thinking that was just fine too. But in the reality of it, it was disrespectful and he shouldn't have done it. And instead of like saying he was sorry, what did he do? He blanked like, well, Randy, like, oh my God. It's that's mild compared to what he did in retaliation to Anna, like getting him removed, and she had every right to. And it's not, I mean, people were like, you get to have someone kicked out of church. Like, it wasn't like a fucking church service. Get over yourself. Get over yourself. Like, you know, um, she had every right to not want him there. Look what he did with that video. That was terrible. And everybody watches that and been like, oh my gosh, this is the best thing. And no, when you really look at it for like what it is, you know it's terrible. The timing of it, everything about it, and the way that he knows that a murder victim's mother doesn't like it. And it's like, okay, like, she doesn't like it. Like, he literally intentionally keeps showing it over and over and over again for 5 years. We need to help her out. We need to call him out every time he shares that. That's the thing. That's how you can help. That's how you can help Abby and Libby's parent, like Abby and Libby. That's how you can help. And stop telling me of like, let's get back to business in the Facebook group. Like, get the fuck over yourself. He is made himself a valid, like, post in a Delphi group. And that's why it's allowed in there. Like, get the fuck over yourself. To come in and be like, let's get back to solving the murders of Abby and Libby. This is nonsense. No, it's not fucking nice. This is the most helpful thing that you could actually do in this group. And keep telling the truth about him. Because guess what? Most of the stuff that you believe about, like, the timeline and the witnesses and all of this shit, it's not true. He made it up. You can go through all different parts. Witnesses made shit up, just literally made it up, all the way to who is ruled in and ruled out and why. They don't have DNA. He doesn't know that. He does not, and he does not have proof. Kim Riley saying, and apparently, he doesn't have his DNA in this. That does not, apparently, is not, that word alone lets you know that, like, what's said after it is just like, you can't take that to the bank as like actual factual information. Remember, Jerry Holman said, he never even said, and people say that he said, like, I saw that where someone had brought up to Doug Carter that the lead investigator had said early, like, they were trying to like manipulate him into giving them more information in their interview, and he didn't fall for it. But they had said, like, well, Jerry Holman said, and he's the lead investigator. He said very early on, that there is DNA of the killer. Can you expound upon that? And he was like, who told you that? And he didn't fall for it. And he like didn't speak on it because he didn't. He was asked the question and he simply said, she said, is there DNA in this, in this case? And he said, like he's not going to answer the question, but he's also like, okay, like, what can you say in that moment that's like true, but not answering the question? Detectives are really good at this. You gotta pay really close attention to the words that they choose to use. And, but that's spreading misinformation. If you just take what Jerry Holman said in the beginning, like, he didn't say they have DNA. He said, if I touch you here, he said, you're always going to have DNA. Duh. You're going to have the victim's DNA. Be it anything else, you're always going to have DNA. So that statement is what? It's true. Because you have two victims. So him saying you're always going to have DNA isn't a definitive, yes, we have the killer's DNA. It's just like almost like a sleight of hand there, what happened. But he went on to say, if I touch you here, and 2 weeks later, we can send that to a lab and they're going to find like your DNA. And that is very true. Like touch DNA. And so, you can speculate, you can't prove, and you can't say it's a fact that he might have had like the type of DNA on his mind when he was given his example, kind of like how Ives had the type of like signatures in his mind, or the pictures of in his mind when he, said the things that he said. But like with Holman, like you can speculate, but you can't claim that as a fact. And Greeno does that all the time in this case. And what does that do? Like he did that in the very beginning, like with Daniel Nations, like the Delphi killer's been caught. Do you know how hurtful that was when anyone does that? And that was one of the things that Miss Patty, like, please tell him to take that, like, stop. That was on a Mark Redwine because he did it with him. The suspect's been identified in the Delphi murders. It wasn't true. That hurts. That hurts. That hurts a lot. That hurts. Don't believe people that twist words. Like, listen to those words really carefully. And then see if you can only just speculate. Well, like I've speculated. Like, well, I mean, I kind of got to wonder if, like, maybe they do have a partial, like a touch DNA profile. Because of what he did say. But that's just speculation based on, like, what he said. So it's not like it's just like, I'm this, that's not just flying out of left field nowhere, which he's done that too. But it's like, that's a speculation based on some, like things that you could definitely like be reasonable to think, but it's not true. It's not true to say that it's been proven. And that's what he tried to do. He's tried to publicly clear. He doesn't have the power to publicly clear fucking no one. Not one single person can he publicly clear. And editing and chopping down and splicing a yes and a no. Like, do you know how many times like people say yes and no that are especially for a information officer? You know how many times they say yes and no? Like, come on now. Don't let someone do that to you. And so it's like unraveling the lies that have stemmed from his, like, he's like poison, like that have stemmed from him, unraveling those and like getting everything back straight. That's something like proactive that you can do. And then you can start telling people when they say something, oh, how I live in Indiana. Do you know how many times I've heard, oh, that case has been solved? It was that Daniel Nations guy. It was that Mark Redwine guy. It's not Thomas Brose guy. They'll see, because people don't watch YouTube, but like what happens is they don't like watch it every day. Like they'll be like, oh, they'll see it on the news and be like, oh, I want to know a little bit more about that. And then they'll get on YouTube and they'll watch like a couple videos and then they're gone and they don't watch it again until like a big news story reminds them that they want to check and like look a little bit further into that. Tons of people like that. And like, so what happens is those people think the case is solved when it hasn't been. Doesn't help. Oh, great. Oh, wait. Back to this message. I was only convicted wrongly once, and I wasn't using them. See, do you see what he said there? I was only convicted wrongly once. What did he say up here? You're basing everything on circumstance. I don't think you really know the truth about me. Most online junk is not true. And if you read the actual arrest reports on me, then you would see that is not entirely what it seems. Even my most recent. So now what he's doing there is he's letting you know that he's acknowledged, he does it all the time. He's acknowledged that, like, he's even my most recent. So he's talking about, like, they're lying about him on like at least 2 different occasions based by this, what he says. Like, if you read the actual arrest reports on me, then you would see that is not entirely what it seems. Even my most recent arrest was fabricated by the police, which it wasn't. Like, it was literally on video, and then all of a sudden it's like, yes, like, when he gets out, like, this was so, what he did was, like, so ridiculous, and, like, there's no one's gonna support him. Just came out, and I think she was just so relieved, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that I fell for this guy. I'm done. And I'm like gonna, and then she got attacked like again. She had to have been so confused and been like, surely these people aren't gonna support him again after what he did to not me, because it's not like, it started out like the call was about her, but like what he did was all on him. Like, he did all that. She had every right to call for help. And then he chose, it's no one's fault. He chose to fake, like, I mean, if you watch it, not his edited version, don't get it twisted, because he edited out that it has sound. Like, 100% bet that the reason it doesn't have sound is because that wouldn't have fit his agenda. It wouldn't have fit. Know if he was at the bridge on the day of the murders. I do not know that for a fact. I do not know that. I do know that he has claimed to be in 5 different places. That's come out of his hands or his mouth. But, like, let's just be logical. You can't be in 5 different places. So some of those are a lie. Like, he's lied about his alibi for the day that the girls were murdered. And he's told us that he wouldn't give him his DNA. And don't hear what I said and don't twist it. Like, not again, Carol, I feel bad. Like, I'm not like you, but just like you ask, that's a good question, you know? He lies to lie, so you can't really, like, infer anything from that. He's faked a court document, which is a crime. Trying to say that he's in jail, like physically in jail. He said that he was, in all circles around Lafayette. So, at least he's consistent. It's like ridiculous. But he was walking past their cameras, like the courthouse or the police station, on his way to get cigarettes. He gets real specific with, like, telling you what he was doing at the gas station. Like, anybody needs to know that. And he was caught on, like, the cameras. Then another one is he was inside the police report, like, building, making a report about his vehicle that was stolen. No such report exists. There is one where he gets on Facebook, but it's like in 2015 or 16. where he's accusing, it seems like, a family member or friend of stealing his car, because he asked them to keep a white plastic bag with his keys in it, like, and so he made a police report about this incident. But that, again, that could be totally made up shit too, because he just said it on Facebook, like it's fake book, like anybody can say anything they want to on there. Like, you do realize that, right? Like, that could be a lie too. Mark Bailey, yes, he was charged with 8 counts of perjury for lying in reports in Mooresville in 2020. None of those reports were Greenos. None of them. Especially since he was arrested in Martinsville. Hello? Like, several of his family members post about him being missing immediately before the murders and then say he was found in Delphi. Yes. I mean, that's just like, he woke up in because his car. Oh, woke up in a ditch. That's another one. Woke up in a ditch. Or I thought it was like he wrecked his car and woke up in a ditch. I mean, it could be stolen. But like, these are all things that he's like typed from his real account. Like, he's going to try to tell you it was from like someone's copy. And he's the only one that does that. He's the only one that like what he did to Cheyenne, makes fake accounts, creates fake documents, fake emails back and forth to himself. Like, he even created like a fake like map, like, how on like Google Maps, like, you can go on there, you can pick the date, the time, and you can edit yourself into the Tippecanoe like police station or courthouse or whatever and he literally is so late, like, he did it like right at the time of the murders, and like people just believe him, but like anybody can go on there. There was people that like proved that was like, I've done it before, like, but someone like proved it, screenshotted it, and like put it out there, and people were just like, "You're such a bully and a liar. How dare you prove that he could make that up?" Oh, like, yeah, the freaking fake transcripts. They're not fake. They're actually, you can listen to the scanner and they're like not fake. But everybody probably believes they're fake because he said he made them up for whatever the fuck why? I have no idea. Why does he do anything that he does? How he wants something, he's gonna gain something out of it. Just follow the money trail for that shit. Michael called him South Carolina. We need you here to find a killer. Are you talking about Michael Lambert, who he lied about how close he was with that guy too? I can't prove it though, so I'm not gonna like but he definitely did, like, you can, if you listen to his interview that he did, because he like definitely made himself available that next day to get on the news, just like he did with the KKK flyers. Come on now. Ivy Rose, the fake real transcripts. LOL. Yeah. One day we're going to get it together and we're going to put all this out in a very organized fashion, and you're going to be able to like go through all of the evidence, because there's like a long ass paper trail that is overwhelming as hell. Well, it's so overwhelming because he's just been doing this for so long, but I'm going to finish this. I'm just going to make it happen. I'm not going to talk anymore. I'm just going to read this, which is talking. I have never just done anything wrong to you, and I have a genuine heart. I think I already read that. Oh, you're all of a sudden based your opinion of me. Wait, I got way gone. I was only, so what did I say to him? So he says, please don't judge me from my past. I've always kept my word to you. Been nice to you and tried to help you in any ways I can. Judge me from what my actions have shown the moment we met. Please. Are you kidding me? Say you are right. This is me. Say you're right that you have been wrongfully convicted multiple times. What I will not get past is the video you released from jail asking for bail money and using Ray and Nicole's names to manipulate people. That's very disturbing. There's many more reasons, but that's the main one. And you owe me $45 from the GoFundMe for them. And this is his response. I was only wrongfully convicted once, and I wasn't using them as an excuse for bail money. I was speaking that I felt bad that I went to jail in the middle of the Nicole and Ray podcast and never got to cover Ray's. That's not what he said, though. That's not what he said. He said, help me help you to get the bail money so I can get out and give you the videos that you want me to get for you, and to help Nicole and Ray to get justice. They need like it's depending on him. It's not. Oh my God, so exploitative. I went to jail in the middle. I already read that. I didn't manipulate people. And you know what? And this is brilliant. And you know what? Jess stole that 45 along with much of my stuff and money. So what's happened here is he's now he has stated that like he is recognizing that money has been stolen. Like you see that, right? And blaming Jess is just it absolutely falls in line with his pattern of blaming his ex-girlfriends or current girlfriend, he don't care, for whatever he does. Mel, did I ever keep your money? You catch that? Mel, did I ever keep your money the first time? Question mark. Mel, did I ever keep your money the first time? He's talking about that $25. What about all that money before that? Who actually paid that? Did I ever, no, I gave you the money we had raised in person. And let me tell you, he made a big deal out of making sure that I would remember that he gave me that money because it was just so ridiculous. Like, you just simply, like, oh, here. Because we just literally talked about it in Messenger. Like, there was no need to, like, be dramatic about it, like. It was just so creepy, too. Like, I don't know. I'm not going to talk about that because he's just, like, in real life, he's just, to me, like, it was just, like, the instant, like, I don't know, just, like, meeting him in real life, it was just, like, the creep meter. it just instantly went from like, let me be real, like I was hovering at like, say, like a 50 on the dial, and then meeting him in person, holy shit, like off the chart. Because he just, I don't know, just like, let alone like physically, he's so short. Like, he's shorter than me. Like, I thought he was gonna be at least like, I mean, on this little screen, he's like tall, dark, and handsome, is what you think, and except for that stupid gel. Why? I don't know. Like, don't do that. Like, it's like a rake, like a yard rake, just like landed on there. Like, don't do that. But like, I've never done you wrong and wouldn't do that. I've got the 45 right now. Send me your PayPal link. And then here's more manipulation. I'm sorry I went to jail and wasn't able to do Ray's podcast. I am going to be doing it though. And I'm sorry for anything I've done to upset you. But I didn't mean for you to take that video that way. It's not how I meant it. Sorry, not sorry. Manipulative. And then, the next time before he blocked me was on April 8th of 2020. And I had gone into his chat because I was pissed off because he was talking about Nicola Ray's case. And I had stayed away until like he tried to keep exploiting those two families. And like, so I went on his live and I was just like telling the truth. And he was like, don't ever come on my stream again. I'm in the process of getting no contact orders against you and other people. If you want to contest it, then I'll see you in court. Stay off my stream like I stay off yours, or I'm calling the police. Thank you. Look, I mean, I wanted it. Like, I literally, it's in the kitchen, but like I bought a black frame because it matches my little thing over here. You can't see, but like I bought like a frame. Like I really did like buy it. Like I've been waiting on that so that I can blow it up and like hang it on my wall. And I have yet to get it. There's like a bunch of people out there that have yet to get that. Did you know him before the Delphi case? Oh, no, I don't even like I knew like, like to say someone, like you need to have like there's like degrees of knowing someone, and this is just what you can know about a person from their because it's like he's a grifter. He is a grifter, and so it's like what you can know about dirty, like I said earlier, about Dirty John. Like they follow a pattern just like a serial killer. But no, like I didn't know him, thank God. Ugh. Thank God. Like like you just think it's like, man, like, and that's why you have to have grace with his like his past girlfriends and the one that he currently has right now. You have to have grace with them because you have to see it for what it like. You have to remember that like he's probably telling her that it's her fault he was arrested, just like he did to Jess and anyone else. Like that's what he does. It's his MO. Like it's literally his MO. And so that's how I know that he's more than likely, like if he hasn't done it already, then I'll come off like I'm a fucking fortune teller. Like I'm psychic. Like cuz he's gonna do it. I just like if he hasn't done it, like he will. And it's not because I'm psychic. It's because there's a pattern. Like it's his MO to blame anybody but him, you know. I don't think his true crime reporter, in quotes, identity started until Delphi happened. No. Now his YouTube lying and like false information about himself. But then again, like he wanted to be the sheriff of Carroll County, take Tobe's spot before in the what like someone will have to help me out with like elections, but it was before Abby and Libby were murdered on the 13th of September of 20 like no, not September. I think that's a song. On February 13th, 2017. It was like 2016 sometime. Like I mean, it's all fake because he didn't really run for, he was just trying to raise money to defraud people of their money, not like actually become the sheriff. But why doesn't ever anyone else bring up that could be a motive for murder? Because it's like, and no, why? You gotta like think about what I said and don't try to put words in my mouth. It's just that like, why doesn't? Like, why does he get a pass? Why does he get a pass? He has said a lot of things to make it look like to be a good citizen POI. Like, it's just, what, like, that's just ridiculous. But like, he has done a lot to make himself, lying about your alibi. Check. Can't be in all those places at once. Impossible. That's it. Lying about like inserting yourself into the investigation. Check. Lying about the like false, like saying false things to like get the, like, what did Doug Carter say in the 2019 presser of like, no, I won't think of it, but like just trying to shed doubt and spread it misinformation, like check. He's literally said to someone in a Facebook message, like, I will say, see, oh, there you go. I almost did it too. I will say I killed them. But still, I will say I killed them. I will say I killed the girls. That's not saying that he killed them. See the difference? I killed them, which is what I almost said he said, which that would have been like defamation, deformation. But like I said, I quickly brought it back in and said, I will say I killed the girls. But like, who says that? Think about it. He's not saying that he killed them, but who even says that that they're gonna say that they killed little girl, like that he killed the girls? Who is going, like, what kind of a person says that? What kind of a person says that? Yeah. I hear you, buddy. I hear you. Oh, man. I'm just checking my messages. Ivy said she would come on with me. I had asked, like, and I didn't check my messages. So that sucks. Because now it's like almost 1 o'clock in the morning and it's been 3 hours and 30 minutes. Holy shit. But yeah, like this, like I said, this is just the tip of like, it's literally just like a little bit 3 hours and 33 minutes is just like a little bit. Because when you see all of the totality of the things that he has said just in like Facebook comments and YouTube comments alone, when you see it like laid out in a timeline and not like with a bias to like just show you what you want. You can ask people that send me stuff. I'm always like, do you have like the whole thing? You know, because you can't just like, I'm not going to just like take one thing out of, I need to have the context of it. And so like when you see it with context, all of the things that he has said, he doesn't even care to like freaking delete them. Like that's how insensitive, arrogant, and awful he is. Like, the community will be shocked. Yeah. Like, I mean, hiding in plain sight. He's on fucking YouTube talking about it, making money off of it every day. But then, you know, it doesn't matter what I think. It really doesn't. But I don't think it's him. Like, I think that, like, I think he would be the type that if he knew about it, I could see where he can manipulate that. You know, like, I could see him not wanting to, like, turn anything into the police. But it is literally all about, like, whatever benefits him because he's a psychopath to like whichever he viewed to benefit him. But with like this kind of thing, you know, and even the part where he says that he didn't give him their DNA, do we even know if they asked for his DNA? We can't assume that just because he said it, because he's a liar. Like, did they actually ever? I don't believe they took his phone. Like, I don't believe he was in Lafayette. You know, and I wish that, like, if you're not going to talk about like Delphi and the murders of Abby and Libby directly, at least clear up some things regarding Anthony Greeno. And like, I feel like that would not interfere with anything related to Delphi. Like, if they could just come out and like, oh my gosh, I would love that. I don't even have to be interviewed by me, anybody. Of just like, come out and just like tell, like, do a Q&A like Sheriff Tobe has done before, or other people that have graciously answered questions or done interviews. Just like come out and do like one of those on just him and the misinformation, like be able to ask someone that is able to verify, you know, with what they have, you know, in, because you know, like if they try to like look into that alibi, like there's going to be a paper trail of that in his file as being investigated for the Delphi murders. So you're going to be able to find that old, like, I almost said CCV footage, but we don't really say that here. But it's like all that comes to my mind. I've been watching too much Netflix overseas lately, but yeah, just I need to take a break because I really have to pee. But do you want to come on and just like talk to people, and then we can come on and chat for a little bit? And the thing that bothers me is like no one, and I mean, like, there's a different, like, people need to know there's a difference between being a bully and arguing your points. Just because you don't agree with someone and you say so, that does not make you a bully. Like, you're a bully if you're the host of a show and you try to like force someone into agreeing with you when they don't. And like when they like saying, "Yeah, I don't feel that way," and you like are a dick about it. Like, you know, people can disagree and it's a debate. You can have healthy debates like that. Honestly, like that's a lot of like how you can really suss out like information, in anything. It's just like, okay, like what do we know? No, I don't think so. Like I don't remember it like that. Like help, like, and then it's happened with someone in the chat where I was like, I don't think I remember it like that. But I mean, I could be wrong. And then when the person like spoke some more, it's like, oh yeah, he did that too. So we're both right. It's just like, okay. Hope. I got it. I remembered. And this girl, talk about, I'm not just saying, like, I'm not naming anyone specifically because it's literally just like wherever she looks into anything, talk about someone that is just like super thorough. Abby Rose. Oh man, I hope she hurts because I really gotta pee. But I always say I'm just gonna do 1 hour, and like I have every intent of just like not getting on a freaking rabbit trail rampage. And I don't ever. This is why I just can't really care that much about my YouTube channel because I'm not good at live. Like I just get too, here she is. Yeah, I'm just not good at it.
Can you hear me?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
Oh no.
Can you guys hear her? I might not have my sound on. Nope.
Can you hear me?
Hello?
No?
Well, there's a delay, so I don't know if they can hear you or not. Okay. I don't know why I can't. Oh, I see. I gotta edit my mic settings. Oh, she gone. Hello? They can hear you, they can't hear me, and I know why. Like, I didn't know which button to
No,
hit,
I can't hear you.
and so the microphone that I use is in both of the pull down tabs, and so but I'll fix it when I gotta go pee, but they can hear you, okay?
The
Thanks, bye.
pull down tabs, and so
But
I'll
fix it when I.
Can you guys hear me in the chat? I couldn't hear Mel when I first came in. This is weird. I've never been on a live stream by myself before. Let me look at the chat. Oh, so one of the question I asked earlier, he said like a couple months ago in a video that there was a knife left at the scene. I had never heard that before. And he was very indignant that we just need to go watch his old videos. If we would just watch his old videos, that we would know all this information. And that was, a year or two ago that he put that out. But I don't remember it. And I know when I looked at the comments, a lot of people said they don't remember it either. So I don't know what that was about, but that's a weird thing to say. So Angel Bear says that they for sure took his phone. I know Mel said that she didn't think it happened, but I remember Jess saying it in the last video she did that she thought they did, but I can't remember if she said she knew that for sure. Like, I want to say that she talked to the police about it. I wonder why they would take his phone. And even if they did take his phone, I wonder if they actually kept it. So nobody else remembers the knife thing either. It's just such a weird thing to say. All right, Mel's back.
I'm gonna
I hope
try
she
to
can
fix
hear me,
this.
or I can hear her.
I'm not kicking it out. I'm just like I'm fixing it. So
I cannot hear
don't leave
her.
on purpose. But if I kick you out, then I'll just end it, and we'll probably
Why can't I hear you?
We'll go live somewhere. Probably not here because I just don't. I don't know. I like to go on other people's channels though. Like I like that. And like I'll talk
I'm gonna
about
do one
and I
more
can be
thing and leave and come back.
not
in
this
Chrome.
way. But oh, she left. Chaotic and crime. I'm not gonna be able to get used to that. I know chaotic beauty. Amy, someone we all know told me that they took it and wouldn't return it when they took him to try and get it back. Okay, well, must have been something Ivy was talking about. I don't remember anything about a knife left. Which one? Which knife? Well, like obviously there was a knife used on that one girl's leg. Like I know a lot of nurses. Like that's been looked at by a nurse. Like that is not from a countertop. Get out of here. He sliced her leg open with a knife. Come on. Oh, there she is. She's back. Let me see if I can adjust it before she gets in here. No, it's not her settings. It's mine I need to change.
I hear you.
Let me see if it'll let me edit audio. No.
Can you hear me now? I hear you.
Ugh. You know what popped up when I hit edit? Like edit, it gave like I hit the wrong button and it gave me. He made my thumbnail for my original, like the podcast, and first I've changed it in Spreaker, but it won't. It. I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but it wouldn't because you upload like Spreaker is what I pay for to like. That's where I upload the podcast to. And then from there, you can, it's sent to like Apple and Spotify and all the other places that you can listen. I mean, it's literally like on my link tree. It's like literally everywhere. Like you don't have to have a Spreaker account to listen to it, but it won't change the thumbnail. And so it's like my old stupid looking one. And then he's like, oh, it's like even in his writing. Oh, it's hideous. You can go to like that, like, and look at it. Like I can't even hardly. Ugh.
Can you hear me? Can you guys
Sorry,
hear
never
me?
mind.
Chat? No, I don't see my, oh, I do see my thing making noise. I'm here alone now. StreamYard hates me. I always have problems with it. Now I gotta go look at Mel's picture thingy. No, the link's not here. I thought it was going to be in her description. So back to the knife thing, since it's all I have to talk about at the moment. Isn't that super weird? Like, I feel like maybe I've heard it one other place, but not a public place, and I think it was just conjecture on this person's part. I don't even know if I've heard it as like a rumor. So it's super weird that you would say that and say it as fact too. Did she say no, I could hear her, never mind. I was gonna ask, did she say, like, what she was gonna do when she got off? I wonder if that was on purpose. See if Google has an answer. Oh, she says she can hear me now, and she'll be back in a minute. No, Cher is back.
No, man.
Just be quiet. Oh my gosh. Embarrassing. Hold on. I swear, he always comes in and talks and says things when I'm like doing things like this. Otherwise, he leaves me alone if there's nobody to embarrass me in front of. I hear from some his phone was taken because of the way he talked. What does that mean, Angel Bear? Can you expand on that? Oh, that's me.
Now I can hear you.
Am I?
But the thing is like when I was gone, like I had it set because of the way I like had it set. It was like noise canceling, and like echoes. So like you were coming in like super clear.
Except now I can hear myself. Hold on, this happened once, and I remember we fixed it. Remember we did it on HTC that one time?
Yeah, I think. Or do you have it playing in the background anywhere? Oh, now I hear myself echoing. Yeah, I don't know. Is it still echoing?
Echo.
It's such a delay.
It's a little bit. Is yours up loud? So you can turn yours down a little bit. Or do you have headphones? Does it echo when you talk?
It just like adjusts. Oh, wait.
Can you see the polygraph?
How's that? Is there still a bad echo?
It sounds like it's only when I talk.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we've had this problem. I know we've had it before when we went. You're right. Like
Go to your where it says cam and mic, and go to like audio and see if changing any of those things helps. Like the echo cancellation.
Okay. Does that work?
Did that help? Echo. I think that helped. Wait for the chat.
No echo or Mel, just Ivy. Is she echoing now though?
Because they're like 6 or 7 seconds behind, I think. Auto says good. Okay, so Polygraph says, Ivy Rose, can you see the Facebook chat? Randy is answering a lot of questions with fire by it.
Nice.
I'm over 30, so I don't think I can use fire to describe things.
Oh my gosh, well, I have 2 teenage daughters that I like, if I ever want them to stop saying like a popular term, like what are some of the more like obnoxious ones that kids like, on fleek? When that one, like the kids start saying like, oh, that is on fleek, or that's on point, or whatever the new jazzy thing to say is, that no one not like, it's whatever. If I start saying it, and I don't care, I'm not embarrassed by me saying that's on fleek, my kids stop saying it. It's brilliant. Like, it brilliantly, it like works. Like, you have to be able to like not really care about how ridiculous you sound out in public, but at least your kids like don't say ridiculous shit. Like, ugh.
I don't know about you, but the older I get, the more I don't give a shit. I don't.
Yeah.
Like.
Yeah. But like, and like a big one for me is when it's like, you need to learn how to spell and like grammar and everything. So like, don't put you like a U.
I can't stand that. I've always been like that though.
Reading in some kind of weird code, like your phone literally types out the words for you. So it's not any more work. Just use, like, you don't have to be perfect, but at least like try and like use words, especially like you are, your, like, use those.
I'm a little bit of a grammar Nazi.
Yeah. There's some. And punctuation, man, it can go a long way. Even if you don't know what the right punctuation that you're supposed to be using is, if you just put like anything there.
Throw a period in every once in a while between thoughts. My gosh.
Yeah, just like divide it up. Even if you want to use like a dash, just like use something so that people know like this is a new thing. It's not like a run-on of.
Yes, it makes it so much easier to understand.
Pat on the back for the audio text. Oh my God, really? Auto man. Yeah, I think that was just like an accident. Like, she told me what to do and I found it.
What is the Facebook thing that I'm not understanding?
Oh, well, I'm live on Facebook.
Oh.
But I mean, I can't hardly, to keep track of, I don't know how people do that. Like, how do you keep track of like,
how about, I'll see if I can make it to your
chat
feed.
on YouTube is not on Facebook and vice versa. So like, you have 2 independent chats like going on. True Crime Recliner, what's up? This is vintage.
Where's your live at though? It's on the cult.
This is like vintage from
podcast.
actual, like a vintage shop. I embarrass the hell out of my kids because I love like old, like weird clothes.
I see it. Okay, so Randy says Carrie didn't say anything about a knife. The police did take the phone from Anthony. When we picked Anthony up from jail, they took him to buy a new phone that day. And then he said Carrie didn't say anything about a knife again. And then he's still here.
Yeah.
Monica
Like, I
was
don't know how I
emotional.
feel about like Facebook, like letting people know that you're watching.
I know. I want to
To me,
I
it
wanna
seems
be
intrusive. Like, it seems
let me
like
creep in
intrusive.
peace.
Yeah, just like because when someone goes Facebook Live, then like if they know I'm watching, then like and I don't comment, then they're gonna think I'm a creeper when really I'm just like eating chips and like doing my own thing and like cleaning up the kitchen or I've got headphones in and my phone's not on me because it's most likely on a charger somewhere. So it's like, but then again, you just shouldn't care.
I like to lurk. I'm a lurker.
Yeah, that makes sense, Carol. Like on like YouTube, like they'll limit.
I agree with that.
You can't say something too long. And then if you divide it up, people are like, huh? Like you have to keep your comment like together. Are you the flannel shirt guy? Yeah.
That's another thing. I don't know if I feel bad. I'm a bad friend. I always forget that like when you say you're going to go live, you mean like in the next half hour, not like I'm going to go live the next couple days. I'm scheduling it, but like it's happening now. So I missed the first hour of this. Did you talk about flannel shirt guy?
Me?
Yes.
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay. This is another thing that has become fact, and it is not. Flannel shirt guy, it has never been confirmed that flannel shirt guy was a witness to the bridge guy. And because there's been a specific time put on there is it 2:43, I think? People use that in their timelines and are like, well, this doesn't make any sense. And then it makes him look really suspicious. But the fact is, the only thing that's been confirmed is that Derek and flannel shirt guy spoke. And again, just like you've said earlier today, in my opinion at least, if Greeno actually he claims that he interviewed flannel shirt guy and that he told him that on tape, and I've asked him several times, well, show us the like the video of it. And then he'll show you this some like video of him talking to flannel shirt guy, but about something else and has nothing to do with bridge guy or seeing him. And if he had that on video, like he would show you the video.
Yeah, that's how you can always like know to like go fact check that because he's not when it comes to his grift, he's not lazy. Like as far as like making sure he's got the video camera there to catch everything that he does.
Mhm.
Like if he's going to call to even ask about whether someone's in jail, he records it. Like if you have a conversation with him behind the scenes, I guarantee you've been recorded. He recorded my StreamYard. Like I paid for him and I don't know a damn thing about StreamYard. Like at that time I'd never done anything of this nature. And so like for him to take advantage of my ignorance the way that he did, because now I know that
That's crazy.
you can record those, and he did. And if I had known that someone was going to have a recording of that, my child would have never been in that video, like walking around in the background. I guarantee you that, and that's like, he saw my house and like my life. That's not okay for you to record that.
And it wasn't
Albeit not for
no
like
reason.
a couple people, he would have put that out there. I guarantee you, but he's got to keep, those couple people.
Yeah. And there was no reason to record that either.
But like at this point, I don't care. Like if don't let him hold that over you. Like if she happens to be, I mean, she looks just like, you're not gonna, like, she looks like me. So it's like, and it's very, just a very like side like walking. But I just feel like I might have introduced her to him. Oh my God.
That's my thing. Like, yes, I don't want my identity out there. But if
It is
somebody thinks
Blake.
that doxing me is gonna make me shut up, they've got another thing coming. They don't know me very well.
Yeah, and that's where, like, in the beginning, I was that kept me quiet. That kept me in my lane because I was very scared about that. I mean, I'd already gotten, like, someone literally said they said it privately, and then they passive aggressively said it on their Facebook page of
Yeah.
like, I'm going to hunt you down to like the depths you can't even
That
imagine
guy's a
of like
little
what
more
I'm gonna do to you.
serious than Greeno is, though.
Well, yeah, that's true. Like he's scary. And so like,
Mhm.
I mean, there's been a couple, but like the one, he's absolutely terrifying. And he's in, like, I know him in my real life. I just didn't know, like,
Mm.
know him. And so, I mean, he's not been connected to Delphi or anything, but you know.
One thing that Carol asked earlier, and it's something that I've never really known the answer to, that you may. Did Greeno hang out with the Kokomo crew?
Oh Lord, there's been so many different, like, because it's like, what's
If
that
you take
called?
the rumors away, when you did your research, did you see connections, though?
Between him, yeah. Because of, like, I'm not gonna name people, but like, yes.
Yeah.
Um,
That's one thing that I wasn't sure about.
yeah, like, yeah. He's definitely connected to but see, like, my thing with that is that doesn't, you can't, yeah, there's like the Kokomo crew, but then there's also the perpetuation of that whole scenario. Like, what do you call that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
With because the Kokomo crew is used in, it's an interchangeable, like, there's interchangeable people in this. And so
Okay.
it's been Garrett Kurtz and Ashley Garth. It's been Gabe Ellis and the other person
Yeah.
that I'm not going to name, but like everybody knows who she is. It's like, and that's a completely different, two separate like people that have all in this revenge theory that's came up once a year for 5 years straight, and then like, but like the original one was Gabe Ellis and that girl. And then all of a sudden when it fit a narrative, it came out that it was, because that original story still does fit, like, it's meant to like fit a narrative, which is like confirmation bias. But like the next one is, all of a sudden it became fact that it was Ashley Garth, and revenge for her because she was like,
Oh, that's another question
that's not true. Like, that's
about the
not true, and
Derek
I can't
was the
stand either one
reason.
of them. Like, I have no reason to want to, like, help them out. It's just simply, it's not true.
Yes. And, the whole thing where, like, Derek was the reason that Ashley's kid got taken away, that's not true, right? Like, that was a different story with
Yeah,
somebody
that's
else.
the thing, like, there's a paper trail of that, like a report, and, like, there's a reason that her kid got taken away,
Well, I was in Sunny Justice's
and that's
chat,
not it.
and I tried to tell her that, and she was like, "Oh, you gotta," she does the whole thing where, like, for some reason, if you disagree with her, it means you haven't done your homework, as she calls it, or you haven't, like, looked into the case. And she says, "Well, you can look it up on my case." I'm like, "I'm not saying that she didn't get her kid the kid wasn't removed. I'm saying that it wasn't because of Derek."
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
No, it
And
wasn't. It's because she violated the terms of her probation.
so, I don't know.
I mean, I have it right here. I mean, it's just still
Organized.
gonna take a while.
I love your giant pile.
I see, I organize my pile instead of just having like it's all
Look at that. I want it.
in
Move it
there.
over. You can look at those papers. That is a lot. And that's just the physical papers that she has.
Let me find Ashley Garce because
It's
see,
gotta be
like I
like
did it, but I
10%.
didn't go all the way with it, and like that sounds dirty. Like I didn't put the labels on it. Like I just did all of this work, and then I didn't take the time to put the labels on. Psh.
That doesn't
So
sound
now
like
I
it.
have to Letha Beckley, Christopher Mathis, Ashley Garth. That's her, and this is condensed down from what I use for the podcast because I just didn't need to save all that. Like, I don't really need to save any of this because there's like a record of it. But okay, what are we looking for?
Why her child was removed. While you look for that, Otto says the thing that bothered me about AG is that anytime you brought up some kind of theory that had a drug angle, he would shut it down. To me, why? Well, when I don't know how to answer that. Back even when I was skeptical of him, but I was still like active in his chat, me and him tended to agree on theories, on which theories were plausible and which ones were more unlikely. So at that time, I had some like confirmation bias going on. So I thought, well, he just knows that that's pretty unlikely. But since the whole like, since other information has come out and like him and Fouts, I always get those names mixed up. Since Fouts is his lawyer, and I know that could mean nothing. There's a chance that Fouts is just his attorney because nobody else will hire him and he's got a low rate now because of what happened. I don't know. But there's more that points to it's not as unlikely that I don't want to say it's not as unlikely there's a drug angle. It's just weird that Greeno pushes against it so much.
What is that?
It's kind of like with the transcripts, and I know we've talked about that already, but he claims that he faked transcripts to prove that it was easy to like dupe people and people will believe anything, which I totally get that, but it's still very damaging to fake something. I believe that for the longest time. So then I was like trying to correct people like, the cigarette butt, that was fake. That's not real. Well, then when you go back and listen to
I
them,
know.
the transcripts are real. All that stuff's in there. I think it might be in there from the 15th, though, if I remember right. Not 100% on that, but it's definitely in there. So then it's like he lied about lying about transcripts.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is the purpose of that? If you look
You got me.
like the guy on the bridge, I would be suspicious. But even with all the stuff that points to him, it's like you look at the guy on the bridge and it's just hard to see Greeno.
They convert these freaking events. And so while this one like gives you the dates as far as like when her grandma got the custody, it's actually somewhere in one of these other files of like where she, because they're all converted.
What date was it when her grandma got her kid?
We violated the terms, so I just wrote notes on these. 4 times in this one case from 2015. And it was all for just, she was ordered home detention at the grandmother's house. And then she violated and she was going to jail because she not anything to do with like taking a fall for him. Like she can't take the fall for her own piss test.
Yeah.
You know, like
I think that's where people got confused, or not even confused. I think they just started connecting dots that weren't connectable. So Derek's thing was in 4/20 of 2015. So they saw that. I'm gonna make a dumb joke, and it's kind of funny that it was filed on 4/20 for a marijuana charge, but
right. I
people took
mean,
that and they saw 2015, and they wanted those to be connected, so they did.
yeah, yeah. It's like it's called a confirmation bias when like you pick something that fits your narrative, and like his narrative was that Garrett Kurtz killed Abby and Libby, and so to fit that narrative of the revenge thing, well, now Gabe Ellis has been substituted out, and even when told that like, because it's like literally right there and like writing on there, and then in Messenger, like he didn't care, Ed Bounds, about putting out that false information that about like that story being Garrett, which is just like the thing is, it's like Garrett Kurtz doesn't need any motive or anything, you know, like I mean, something like that. Like they literally could have just kind of like turned their head at him and he would have just snapped. And he's just like he's a hot-tempered, violent person, and it doesn't take much to provoke him. So the fact that you can you can place him, and Greeno's done the same thing, him saying that Garrett Kurtz has been cleared and he's no longer a suspect in the that is not true. Like he's not been, they haven't cleared anyone. They've kept they'll say they covered them, or they're not as interested. Like said that a couple times. But, they have never publicly said this person did not kill, including the family members, female or male.
Yeah.
Like they have so for him to claim that Garrett Kurtz is absolutely not the Delphi killer is a lie. It's ridiculous.
Well, I don't know. I think they've cleared people, but they haven't publicly cleared people, which is the key word.
Well, of course they have, but
so his argument is that, I accidentally set an alarm for PM and it keeps going off. I need to turn it off. What was I going to say? Oh, so he, one of his arguments is that, Tobe was tipped in by him, of course, 3 different times. And so they had to clear him or he wouldn't be able to ethically work on the case. Of course, they've cleared people in the in the investigation. That's under wraps. What he's doing though is he's taking the information he has, and whether it's a good chance or not, it still hasn't been confirmed publicly that anybody's been cleared. And that's what what the fact is.
Yeah. And the other thing is she was still living in the same home with the person that had guardianship over her son. So she was still there with her child. It wasn't like some mother and child bond of great strength is ripped away and
and it was a guardian
go and murder 2 little girls of what?
It sounds like she signed over guardianship, which is not what happens typically when CPS comes in and removes a child.
Yeah. There's just a pattern with the people that try to, they'll come out and they want to it doesn't matter. I was in her, I'm still, Garrett Kurtz, and I'm he's not off the table for me. He's got, this is a person that he's I
didn't know that about you.
I mean, I don't think he's I don't have a person of interest, but he's someone to consider. He's had, if you believe, that's the thing, is you have to actually believe Garrett Kurtz. Because he says that he's, taking lie detectors, and he even said he failed some parts of it, and you're just like, what? You're gonna admit that out loud? Like, boy,
Yeah, that's
stop yourself. But he, like, you know, he gave, he connects himself to long time with Ron Logan. I mean, he grew up with him. And then, like, you can see that, and then you can see it, like, with what I did in my research, and then he confirms it himself through the other person that videotaped him. And so it's like, I mean,
do you believe what he said about, I guess there's a couple things. What he said about Michaela and her supposed comments about stabbing and whatnot, and then the one people who claim to have seen a tape of it or a recording of it, the murders.
I'm trying to.
The recordings was like Sheena something, and I forgot the guy's name.
Are you talking about, like, the little career criminal Paladino?
I don't know if it was him or I don't think it was him. It could have been.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
But and Garrett said in the recording, the interview thing from jail, that I don't know if it's Ashley told him that she saw it over at those people's houses, or if they told him. I want to say it
Yeah.
was Ashley told him. And then supposedly Michaela said that, like, they were stabbed so many times they stopped counting. Which I know that's like a saying, but they don't stop counting ever, do they? They usually count them all, right? No matter how many there are.
I mean, you got to think, like, if, like, I guess it's anything's possible that a stab wound could have gone in the exact same angle and trajectory and, like, everything as the one before it, that they would maybe miss some, but they're definitely going to try to count all of them.
They're not going to get to like 50 and be like, we'll call it 75 or like
Yeah, I
whatever.
don't think so, because I know that, like,
Sheena Cantrell is what Carol says.
my friend was
Right?
murdered, and she was, like, so badly stabbed repeatedly, like, over and over again, that it was just you could, yeah, because they couldn't, because he mutilated her
If
body.
you can't see the stab wounds at some point because of the damage, that's one thing. But like, you're not going to stop counting if
No.
you can make them out just because the high number.
No. Yeah. Says, it's done outside. He would always wondered if there was.
I was just reading that.
I was looking at him. Who was there? Angel Bear, who was there? But if it's like a person, I don't like to name, like, just regular.
It sounds like she's talking about Greeno, maybe that Greeno, when he was at, like, maybe the presser that was done out, the presser that was done outside, Greeno was there, and I always wondered, if they were, if the police were looking at him.
Good point, Auto Man. The dog walker lady. Yup. That was not accurate. And then it's kind of like one of those things where he's taken the truth and he's manipulated to fit what he wants it to be. That's why there's no video of it, because it didn't happen. But
there was a guy with a dog, right?
There was a guy with a dog. He's in the papers.
A black guy.
In the paper.
The black dog is what I meant, not the black guy.
Dog, Brian Mass. He was named in the papers and, like, did an interview with them. But he was out there, and then Brad Heath did an interview with them. There's another guy in that video, but he did not give his name. So
Brad Heath's the horn guy, right?
Yeah.
Guy with the horn. But then this hasn't been confirmed, but there was supposedly, and this sounds more plausible, another lady down further that supposedly saw Bridge Guy. And in my opinion, I feel like Greeno heard the dog thing and the lady thing and got him kind of confused and put him out there as fact. Like, and then put himself into it like he was the one that got that information. And once you do that, you can't go back,
Well, that's what he always does. I mean, he's done that repeatedly. Like, he's tried to claim people people resigning and retiring. He's tried to claim that to fit his narrative of like he uncovered some, big scandal.
The
But
Randalls.
that's
Randalls are
there's
sketchy
no
people.
proof of that whatsoever. Did they resign and like they're not there anymore? Yeah.
They
Can
got
you
in trouble,
prove
but it
that
wasn't because of that.
you were the cause of that? No.
He says he has that guy on video using the N-word, but I guarantee you he would play it if he did. And I found a post from him. This is hilarious. Back when all that was going on in, I guess, is that Tippecanoe County where the Randalls are? I can't remember.
No, that's Carol, the Flora.
I want to say there was something, he was either there. There was another time a couple years ago where he said the exact same story that they were trying to extort him. And I think it was for 20,000 again. The exact same story, different time.
Yeah, like
I'm trying to figure out which presser. I might my memory's really bad. Which was the presser that was outside? Do you remember?
2018.
What
I could have
happened then?
swore there was a different one, but it must be like that Mandela effect. Like you just
What happened to the 2018 one? Because
no, the
2019.
2018 one's still up there. It was outside though. 2017 was
What happened at the
several
2018? Because 2019 was when the new sketch came out. 2018 was what?
yeah, like they
just talked about it.
I can't remember like the only thing that I can remember about it is like the thing that he didn't say. Like he didn't say stuff of nightmares. So
Yeah. And is
I
that the
don't
one
know.
where Greenos and Stroop both said that like he's never committed a crime because whatever cop it was, I always get him confused, said
No, that was they like
I thought that one was
accosted
outside too.
Kim Riley. It was outside, but it's not like I don't know. It could have been on the same day, but it's not during the press conference or anything.
Okay.
They weren't a part of that.
Well,
But
that's the presser that Angel Bear's talking about, that she wondered if, because Greeno was there, so she was wondering if they were looking at him that day.
oh, I don't know. They've never spoken.
Yeah, I can't.
Other than
sure either.
Cove Leslie's email to social media is not an investigation tool, or Delphi Looney's one of those pages where they like fact checked him, and Tobe said he is not, like he took the time to like all caps that he is not working with us. Like he is not. No. Never has been, never will be. But he claimed, and he put it in a comment like too, that he was working with law enforcement
Several times, and it's been debunked several times by like real legit people, like
but nobody
Tobe,
cares
like
to
news
listen
people.
to, like they don't, it's like they can't handle the truth. I don't know, it's weird.
But even if you put like his crimes aside and they're bad and he needs, to like, there needs to be justice for that, like you have to be dumb to like poke the bear over and over again for years and be a thorn in their side and then like break probation several times in the same county. That just seems dumb.
I know. But it's for him to come out and be like, really, they're gonna kill him.
Oh no.
And then he also, because he's like perpetuated this before too, of like, what was that story about? Well, they killed Michael Lambert when, like, that's not
Half the story he tells about Michael Lambert's not even true.
right.
He also said that he alluded to Tobe killing the dude who killed the like nephew or whatever, who killed
Right.
the
The jailer.
Martian couple.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Like that was pretty disgusting. He's like thrown a lot of that's the thing, is he throws shade, but usually like the shade that he throws onto other people is this, like, it's the shade that he actually does deserve, because he's done.
Projection.
Yeah. So, like, whether he's talking about someone, just like in law enforcement or a victim's mother or whomever, like, it's usually like when you read it, you're just like, you did that. Like, he blamed and said that the guy that worked with him on the bounty hunting stuff, like, it was all his fault. Like, he stole from them and blah, blah, blah. Like,
One in North
no,
Dakota?
you're the one that was like, you were the one that, like, you didn't pay. You'd have to actually pay somebody. Like, he didn't make 500,000, like, he didn't do 5,000 bounties and make $500,000, just like he doesn't make 20, any kind of amount. He's claimed to make 20,000 a month, 25,000 a month, like 18,000. Like, he's claims all these things, and, like, you're just expected to, like, forget
So you're
that he's
making
claimed that.
$20,000 a month, but you can't pay $90 a month for your kid?
Yeah.
Mm,
But he's just not gonna obey that because he has
yeah.
an agreement with them. Well, the courts don't care about your freaking agreement.
And obviously you don't, or she wouldn't be
They're like,
suing you for it. I mean, that's not quite the correct words, but there wouldn't be a case.
it's ridiculous. I don't know.
We'll have to do oh my gosh, I got a dog, like, trying to make a nest over here. We'll have to one day we will get everything together because right now, like, even though we have evidence for most everything that we talk about, it's still a lot just in our heads. So to get it all
Exactly.
down.
Yeah, and that's the thing about, like, what can be proved. You have to be able to, like,
Yeah.
because that's the same thing with, just like you need to keep that in mind with an investigation of, like, there's a big difference between, say, an investigation where they know who the killer is versus what they can prove about, like,
Mhm.
you have to be able to, like, prove that in a court of law. Like,
And I know I probably shouldn't say this out loud here, but I will anyway. I know that if we do something like that, there will be people who look at Facebook posts and they say, well, you could have made those yourself. And
yeah,
we could, like, go to the extent of trying to prove that, but at some point with those people, it's not gonna be worth it because they're not gonna believe it anyway.
yeah, at some point you just have to, like, to realize that you, like, cannot reason with unreasonable, and if they really think that you, in 2016, when you didn't even know him, like, wrote things with a fake profile, like, there's certain things you can do and manipulate, and there's certain things you can't. Like,
And I wish I would have said this earlier in this because I don't know how many people are here now, but hopefully you talked about it. Get to know his pattern and
yeah,
how,
the
like, when
pattern
something
is
bad happens, he goes and he cries on a live stream and has some tragedy like his dad dies, which he didn't. And
mhm.
he gets that because you don't wanna pick on somebody whose dad just died, who's crying. And then it reels people back in, he gets more money, and
Yeah,
it's happened how many times, though? It's a pattern. So I wish people would just because a lot of people probably haven't noticed it all the way, but keep an eye out for it at least.
yeah, I mean, like, at least, like, be aware that there is a definite, like, pattern to behavior that's, like, it sounds silly, but the blue shirt. The blue, like, he went, like, after the KKK because I can't prove it, but, like, my case for he planted those is they don't look anything like the ones that were planted in other places in Indiana. They don't match their, like, font, their like, nothing about them match.
And that's a special
They don't
occasion
have
shirt.
enough information on them to lead you to anything that would be like, be going on. And then he just so happened to be out on a Sunday walk in his best blue shirt.
I wonder if he went
No.
on the run with that shirt.
No, I don't buy that one bit.
You don't
I
think he
don't
would have
buy
taken
that.
those?
And like, I mean, just she could verify. She could
No, I mean,
verify
I wonder if he
that.
took the blue shirt with him to Florida. He packed it.
I mean, how are you gonna leave that blue shirt behind?
It's
Which was funny because we found a picture of like his brother in it. I was like, did he still have his brother? And like he didn't even buy it himself. Oh my gosh. But
this is kind of serial killery, but if we ever do like a for real thing about him, I want that as like a trophy. The blue shirt.
yes. Oh, but that's just like
That's
chaotic
probably
beauty
super
and
weird to people
crime.
who are like, all right, too far.
Yeah. I get it though. I mean, you like chaotic beauty. You want to kind of, I don't know. I mean, cold truth, like that can just be about anything. So,
Maybe we'll have another talk one day about Harvey. Carol was just saying, I want to know if Harvey single-handedly was responsible for the capture of bin Laden. We don't have the 5
don't
C's you're
even
talking
get
about
me.
Harvey, though.
Don't even get me started. There are. Don't even get me started.
She has to put her hand physically over her mouth.
Listen, I don't have the 5 C's, so I gotta clamp it down.
What were you saying earlier that we're all
Or wait,
P's?
is it the B's? Do I have the?
No,
I have the.
ours is the B's.
I have the
His are the
B's,
C's.
but I don't have the C's. The 5 C's. I
Yes.
lack the 5 C's, and I'm just absolutely devastated about it.
And somehow,
know?
like, my completed master's degree is trumped by his 3 partials. I don't know how that is, but
Well, let us just reconvene sometime, somewhere. Somewhere. I don't know. We'll
yeah,
figure
we'll do
something
that.
out, but
What was a nice
there, just
chat?
for you. I love that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you
Chaotic.
for letting me on, and
Yeah.
I'll see you guys later.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.